Evo, poštovani prijatelji lijepe muzike, poštovani prijatelji Hrvatske akademije, neobično mi je drago, evo, ko predsjedniku da mogu otvoriti ovaj jedan, ja bih rekao, elitni skup o velikoj, ja bih rekao, tematici institucionalizaciji buržujske, znači građanske muzičke kulture. Ne samo da ljubimo muziku kao bivši rocker iz 60-ih, dakle to je jako različito, ali pozdravljam sve akademike, akademkinje ovdje, prijatelje i članove koji će sudjelovati u ovoj konferenciji. Do we have an international audience here or not? Yes, we do. So, my greetings to you also. I'm happy that you're here and that you participate in this institutionalization of bourgeois music culture. Especially for you, I will tell you something when we're talking about bourgeois something, građansko in the Croatian. I was born in 1943, and I lived in a long period in communist, regime. So we were not the people that were, I would say, familiar to bourgeois families or from bourgeois families or from građanski, were not so popular. If you were not from workers' family, you were not so, or they were not so pleased with you in the society. So we had to fight our way with our wisdom and with our patience to get here, And so this is what I like, that we somehow put forward this građanski, this bourgeois, to make people, say, aware of what values were there or are there, and I hope it will be there. So I will now go to our Croatian Greetings to everybody. Hrvatska akademija, evo ga, je domicilna ustanova u kojoj se u razdoblju od 21. do 25. Provodi znanstveni istraživački projekt Institucionalizacija moderne građanske glazbene kulture u 19. stoljeću na području civilne Hrvatske i vojne krajine. I to financira Hrvatska zaklada za znanost. Voditelj projekta, evo tu je akademik Stanislav Tuksar, a suradnici na projektu su muzikolozi, profesorica, evo prisutna Vjera Katalinić, koja je zaslužna znanstvenica, doktorica Lucija Konfic, doktorica Marija Benić-Zovko, koje su zapravo članice Odsjeka za povijest hrvatske glazbe u Hrvatskoj akademiji znanosti i umjetnosti, ali i povjesničarka je tu doktorica Petra Babić. Cilj ovog projekta je identificirati, dokumentirati, analizirati i vrednovati razne oblike i ustanoviti tipologiju privatnih i javnih inicijativa na području glazbe u kontinentalnoj Hrvatskoj, te njihovo pretvaranje u organizacije i institucije kao temelje moderne građanske kulture. O tom ja govorim. O građanskoj kulturi. Gdje je muzikferajni, pjevačka društva, instrumentalni ansambli, mješoviti vokalno-instrumentalni sastavi, glazbene škole, kazališta, s glazbenim priredbama. Do sad je identificirano blizu 300, zapravo na ukupno 104 lokaliteta. Pritom se stvara ili se obogaćuje već postojeći fundus materijalnih glazbenih artefakata koji bitno pridonosi novoj percepciji, tumačenjima i spoznajama o socijalnoj povijesti glazbe 19. stoljeća u kontinentalnoj Hrvatskoj te shvaćanjima o genezi modernog hrvatskog građanskog društva na području glazbene, ali i opće kulture. To je podcrtano. U okvirima projekta su predviđene, dakle, obavljene su terenska istraživanja, bibliografska istraživanja u arhivima Zagreba, Beča, Budimpešte, Trsta, Osijeka, Rijeke, Krka, Varaždina, Karlovca, Križevaca, Slavonskog Broda i Siska. Predstavljajući rezultate svojega rada, suradnici na projektu dosad su nastupili na 60-ak znanstvenih skupova u zemlji i inozemstvu. Dakle, bili Austrija, Bosna i Hercegovina, Finska, Grčka, Hrvatska, Italija, Mađarska, Rumunjska, Sjedinjene države, Slovenija, Španjolska. Te su objavili čak 40-ak stručnih i znanstvenih radova u časopisima i knjigama, objavljenim u Austriji, Bosni i Hercegovini, Grčkoj, Hrvatskoj, Rumunjskoj, Slovačkoj, Sloveniji i Španjolskoj. Dakle, međunarodna ova konferencija From Private to Public, the Institutionalization of Bourgeois Music Culture in the Long 19th Century, završni je simpozij navedenog projekta. Dakle, na njemu će 57 znanstvenika iz 23 zemlje, Austrija, Australija, Belgija, Bosna i Hercegovina, Češka, Francuska, Grčka, Hrvatska, Irska, Italija, Izrael, Mađarska, Novi Zeland, Njemačka, Poljska, Rumunjska, Slovenija, Srbija, Španjolska, Švicarska, SAD, a to je Amerika, USA, UK i Ukrajina, podnijeće se 53 priopćenja koja donose nove znanstvene spoznaje područja našega hrvatskoga projekta u okvirima njihovih nacionalnih glazbenih kultura. To su prilozi koji svojom komplementarnošću upućuju podjednako na zajedničkosti i različitosti koreliranih pojava u svjetskom građanskom društvima, zapravo društvima 19. stoljeća u Europi, Americi i Australiji. Ja ovdje čestitam našim članovima našeg razreda za muzikologiju i glazbenu umjetnost i njihovih zavoda, da su zapravo organiziraju, da sudjeluju u ovako visokim, ja bih rekao, i međunarodno priznatim i velikim zapravo konferencijama, promičući kulturu glazbe u kulturi društva. Šta je bilo prije, a nadamo se da neće to nestati u ovom novom društvu u kojem se događaju mnoge stvari. Ja bih sad pozvao dalje našu, ovdje, kolegicu koja vodi ovaj skup ovdje, naša Vjera Katalinić, profesorica. Izvolite, hvala vam lijepa, doviđenja.
Poštovani predsjedniče Hrvatske akademije, poštovani akademici, kolege i prijatelji. Posebno mi je zadovoljstvo da se ponovno nalazimo uživo na jednom tako velikom simpoziju, što se doista već dugo nije dogodilo, jer je naš zadnji skup 2021. bio online sa sličnom količinom priloga. S obzirom da je više od 2/3 kolega iz inozemstva, ja ću preći na engleski. Dear colleagues and friends, I'm so happy to greet you in Zagreb after so many years of being only in the cyberspace. And I think that personal contacts are really so best way to exchange our ideas and to make further plans. I will greet you also on behalf of the Croatian Musicological Society, because I'm also president there, but I'm also a member of the project whose last meeting, final meeting, is here now with all of you. Musicological Society was always a very reliable partner of many projects and always helped to deal not only with presentations of our ideas, but also with visual presentations. So I'm very glad that we can, on this occasion, also have a concert. You will have a guided tour for those who want and will be able to do it. And also there is a very nice exhibition which we can now proclaim open, but you are not allowed to leave the room because we have to go on with our work. And yes, but you will see the exhibition was really excellently done by our team, but the head and the mastermind behind it is our colleague Lucia Konfitz, who has some experience already in this such projects. And she tried to show the variety of material which we collected during our 3.5 years of work. Our project is lasting until the end of this year, and we hope to prolong it for a few months, that it will be able in order to collect your papers. And I can already say it will be the 1st of October for sending your papers. The proceedings will be published then during 26-27, because all papers have a double-blind peer review. So it will be the highest grade of value of this project. I will now just ask my colleague Lucia Konfitz to say a few words about the exhibition, and then we will start with our regular tasks. Thank you very much.
Ja neću biti spontana, imam sve na papiru da držimo vremena. Poštovani predsjedniče Akademije, poštovani uzvanici, cijenjeni sudionici 16. muzikološkog simpozija Hrvatskog muzikološkog društva, dragi gosti, dozvolite mi da vam se obratim sa nekoliko riječi. Izložba koju smo nazvali Tragovima javnih i privatnih glazbenih društava kroz civilnu hrvatsku i vojnu krajinu u 19. stoljeću predstavlja samo jedan mali izbor građe vezane uz istraživanja na projektu Institucionalizacija moderne građanske glazbene kulture u 19. stoljeću na području civilne Hrvatske i vojne krajine. U njoj smo željeli prikazati jedan presjek istraživačkog rada na projektu, kako vezano uz teme istraživanja, tako i uz samu istraživačku građu. O glazbenim se društvima u Hrvatskoj puno zna, ali prostora za istraživanje, nove spoznaje i sinteze itekako ima. Krećući od postojećih znanja koja su u određenoj mjeri dio ove izložbe, za nadogradnju treba, kako se kaže, dublje kopati. Tragove glazbenih društava nalazimo u najrazličitijim fondovima, kako arhivskim, tako i knjižničnim i muzejskim. Kao što ćete moći vidjeti, izvori su vrlo raznoliki, ponekad i neočekivani. Napravili smo presjek od javnih inicijativa koje su se realizirale u glazbena društva, javnih inicijativa koje su zbog raznih okolnosti ostale nerealizirane ili kratkotrajne, do onih privatnih čiji su aspekti rijetko i u znatno manjoj mjeri sačuvani. Koristim ovu priliku kako bih zahvalila svim institucijama čijom smo suradnjom mogli izložiti građu. Njihov popis ćete naći na plakatu i u promotivnim materijalima izložbe, neću ih sada nabrajati, ali njihov broj, raznolikost i rasprostranjenost svjedoči bogatstvo tragova o glazbenim društvima koje treba, kao u dobroj kriminalističkoj priči, slijediti. Posebno bih zahvalila Hrvatskoj akademiji znanosti i umjetnosti i njezinoj knjižnici, koja je dozvolila postavljanje izložbe u njezinom prostoru, zatim Hrvatskom muzikološkom društvu i projektu Muslims 19, koji su financirali ovaj reprezentativni aspekt simpozija. A ne manje važno, posebna zahvala ide mojim projektnim kolegama, akademiku Stanislavu Tuksaru, profesorici Vjeri Katalinić, doktorici Petri Babić, doktorici Mariji Benić-Dovko, bez čije suradnje, kao i istraživačkog i kreativnog doprinosa, ovu izložbu ne bi bilo moguće ostvariti. Dear guests, esteemed president of the Academy, participants of 16th International Musicological Symposium, allow me to address you with a few words. The exhibition we have titled Following the Traces of Public and Private Music Societies Through Civil Creation and Military Border in the 19th Century represents only a small selection of materials related to the research of the project Muslim 19. In this exhibition, we wanted to present an overview of the research work conducted on the project, both regarding the research topics and the actual research materials. Much is known about music societies in Croatia, but there is still room for research, new insights, and synthesis. Starting from the existing knowledge, which is to some extent part of this exhibition, further developments requires, as the saying goes, deeper digging. Traces of music societies can be found in the most varied collections, archival, library, and museum collections. As you will be able to see, the sources are very diverse, sometimes even unexpected. We have made an overview of public initiatives that were realized into music societies, public initiatives that, due to various circumstances, remained unrealized or short-lived, and private initiatives whose aspects are preserved rarely and to much lesser extent. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the institutions whose collaboration made it possible for us to present the materials in this exhibition. You will see their list on the poster, and whose number, diversity, and spread testify to the richness of traces and music society that should, like in good detective story, be followed. In particular, I would like to thank the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts and its library, which allowed us to set up the exhibition in its space, the Croatian Musicological Society, and the Muslim project, which financed this representative aspect of the symposium. The last but not least, special thanks goes to my project colleagues, without whose collaboration, as well as their research and creative contributions, this exhibition would not have been possible. Finally, I would like to invite you to take a look and examine the displays during your free time and coffee breaks between our sessions. Should you have any questions, we will be at your disposal. Dakle, konačno pozivam vas da u slobodno vrijeme te u pauzama između naših sjednica pogledate i proučite izložka. Ako budete imali kakvih pitanja, bit ćemo vam na raspolaganju. Hvala i uživajte. Thank you and enjoy.
Very grateful to my colleague Lucia Konfitz for this presentation of the exhibition and we really now can proclaim it open. And also we can proclaim open our meeting. As I'm the chair of the first session, I will not read the biographies. You have everything in your booklets, and you have the summaries there. So I'm asking my colleague Mathieu Caillet from Saint-Étienne to present the notion of bourgeois musical culture in the Parisian opera industry during the long 19th century. Mathieu, the floor.
I would like to thank all the organizers of this conference, and particularly Vera Katalinic and Petra Babic, who I had the pleasure to meet last year at the Smetana conference in Prague, and Thomas was there too. I apologize that I am not able to speak Croatian, and you have to support my strong French accent. I hope it will be understood. Like the president of the Croatian Academy of Science and Arts just said, the word bourgeois was not very popular in the communist era in Croatia. It was a bit the same in France in the 19th century, when we see the point of view of the Romantic critics. Oh, I can't read. It is possible. I have something here. Oh, okay. The aim of this paper is to examine the notion of bourgeois musical culture in the Parisian opera industry during the long 19th century from the point of view of its reception. The corpus taken into consideration consists mainly of dictionaries, encyclopedias, newspapers, music periodicals, theatrical plays, and opera librettos, as well as the writings of composers, librettists, theater directors, and music critics. During the reign of Louis XIV, the character of the bourgeois had already been the subject of ferocious satire in Molière and Lully's comédie ballet Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme from 1670. From 1718 onwards, successive editions of the Dictionnaire de l'Académie Française, the reference dictionary of the French language, specified that the term bourgeois was also used in contempt to reproach a man either for not being a gentleman or for not having the manners of good society. Favorable to the elitist public of the Société des Concerts du Conservatoire, the composer Hector Berlioz liked to poke fun at the bourgeois audiences at Parisian opera houses and often denigrated the composers of successful comic operas and operettas such as Adolphe Adam and Jacques Offenbach. As a fervent defender of French Romanticism, the writer and theater critic Théophile Gautier frequently described Eugène Scribe, the most important French librettist of the 19th century, as a bourgeois, greedy author. Director of the Paris Opera from 1831 to 1835, at a time when the genre of grand opera was flourishing, Louis-Désiré Véron published his memoirs in the 1850s and did not hesitate to call them Mémoires d'un bourgeois de Paris. These few examples show the extent to which the notion of the bourgeois is central to the aesthetic study of the reception of French musical life in the 19th century. So I will give only a few examples. I don't know how to go to the email. Okay, thank you. I will give only a few examples. So beginning with the definition of bourgeois in French dictionaries. After that, a few examples from the Revue et Gazette Musicale de Paris, the most important music periodical in France in the 19th century, and the Journal des Débats, in which Berlioz wrote. And the third part of my paper will be about the librettist Eugène Scribe, symbol of bourgeois art, according to Romantic critics. I begin with the idea that there is no article on bourgeois in music, theater, or fine arts dictionaries published in between the 18th century and the beginning of the 20th century. So here in music dictionaries, in theater dictionaries, or fine art dictionaries. The most important French dictionary is the Dictionnaire de l'Académie Française, so in English, Dictionary of the French Academy. The first edition was in the time of Louis XIV in 1698, and we can read bourgeois, bourgeoise, citizen, inhabitant of a town, bourgeois from Paris, good bourgeois, Le bourgeois is used to mean the whole body of inhabitants of a town. The burgher has risen, the burgher has taken up arms. So the idea of citizen inhabitant of town is the one that Véron used in his book, Mémoires bourgeois de Paris, in 5 volumes. And in this huge text, he wrote about music, about theater, about politics, about gastronomy, and a lot of other topics. And he wrote another book about the Paris theater here in 1860. And he gives the point of view of the former director of the Paris Opera and speak about legislation, administrative organization, audience, transport revenue, theater subsidies, policy. Another sense of bourgeois, it also means a person of the third estate. The bourgeois have their privileges as well as the ecclesiastic and the nobility. Other sense, bourgeois also means a man who is not of the court, smells like a bourgeois. In this sense, it is more often an adjective, a bourgeois manner, a bourgeois conversation, he looks bourgeois. The workers also call the bourgeois the people for whom they work, whether they are from the court or the city. You must serve the bourgeois, you must not deceive the bourgeois. In the second edition, we can see this another sense. Bourgeois also said of a commoner as opposed to a gentleman. He is not a gentleman, but he is an honest bourgeois. Bourgeois also said with contempt to reproach a man either that he is not a gentleman or that he has no use for the manners of the world. It is only a bourgeois. It smells of bourgeois. Bourgeois, bourgeoise, which has various good and bad meanings. In the first sense, we say caution bourgeoise, to say caution solvent and easy to discuss. An ordinaire bourgeois, une soupe bourgeoise, to say a good ordinary, a good soup. Du vin bourgeois, to say unadulterated wine that one has in one's cellar, as opposed to cabaret wine. The second sense, we say avoir l'air bourgeois, la mine bourgeoise, les manières bourgeoises, to say to have a bad air, a low look, and manners different from those of the world. To give example of the bourgeois gentilhomme, maybe it's not known from everybody. The bourgeois gentilhomme is a comedy ballet by Molière with incidental music by Jean-Baptiste Lully in 3 and 5 acts, first performed on 14th October 1670 at the court of Louis XIV at the Château de Chambord by Molière's troupe. In this play, Molière pokes fun at a rich bourgeois who wants to imitate the behavior and lifestyle to the nobility. A bourgeois of modest origins, but proud to have become rich, Mr. Jourdain, intends to acquire the manners of people of quality. He decides to order a new suit of clothes, more in keeping with his new status, and sets about learning fencing, dancing, music, and philosophy, all of which he feels are essential to his status as a gentleman. Molière's play was regularly performed in Paris in the 19th century. We find more or less the same definitions of bourgeois in the 3rd and 4th edition. And in the 5th edition, in the 6th edition, we have this sense, comédie bourgeoise, the performance of one or more plays given by people who only act for their own amusement, or maison bourgeoise, middle-class house, simple and clean house without luxury or fuss. It is also said of any house, as opposed to hotels, furnished houses. Habit bourgeois, said in opposition to the military uniform and the costumes of the various states. The bourgeois habit does not suit this officer as well as his uniform. Judges only wear robes in the palace. They go outside into society in bourgeois clothes. Same definition in the 7th edition, same definition. And in the 8th edition, we are already in the 20th century, in 1935. It is sometimes said with a kind of contempt, as in this phrase, having a bourgeois air, a bourgeois look, bourgeois manners, having a common air and different manners from those of the big world. This name is very bourgeois. It does not indicate that the person who bears it is of high status, having bourgeois ideas, bourgeois tastes, having tastes and ideas in literature, art, philosophy, etc. That's more daring of younger people find timid and outdated. In this sense, I will study today in my paper. Another sense, bourgeois is used as a feminine noun in popular language to designate the wife, the mistress of the house. And in the last edition now, which is online in 25, we can read pejorative in the 19th century in the eyes of writers and artists. Any person whose ideas and tastes make them impervious to arts. Henri Monnier's character, Mr. Joseph Prudhomme, is a caricature of the bourgeoisie. Familiar language said of the characteristic behavior of the bourgeois. It's made bourgeois. It's become a bourgeois. That is the last bourgeois. I found in this Grande Encyclopédie at the end of the 19th century a similar sense. Since then, the bourgeois has not been spared attacks, while the proletariat reproached him for his wealth, his selfishness, his corruption, and his taste for places. The romantic attached a ridiculous meaning to the word bourgeois. They attributed to him all the pettiness of the spirit and the absence of ideals. Now, some examples from the Revue Gazette Musicale de Paris and the Journal des Débats. Here in 1840, as for Lauzun, a play in 2 acts given at the Vaudeville, it is also a buffoonery, but much less cheerful. I have never been able to stand these so-called historical vaudevilles, veritable plays of transvestism, which the most brilliant characters of recent centuries are transformed into petty bourgeois and grisettes, where the kings and ladies of the court speak and behave like lackeys, where the royal balls resemble the chaumiers' balls, where everything is transvested, the actors, history, and language. Another here about the creation of La Fille du Régiment from Donizetti in Paris. There is a false spirit of military vaudeville in all of this, a jumble of soldiers and officers shaking hands in total disregard of the laws of military discipline, which the Hausers do not seem to suspect in the slightest. Besides, the public of good bourgeois as frequents the fiery Théâtre de la Bourse does not close so closely at an accurate depiction of manners, historical or local color, logical action, true characters, and witty dialogues. Here by Henri Blanchard, Mr. Hauman gave his concert the day before yesterday in the Rue de la Victoire, where it was up to him to believe that he had won a victory, as Audrey would say, because the beneficiary was in demand. As we say backstage, we were going to say in terms of the profession. In fact, all this has little to do with art. When are we going to stop seeing talented artists, of whom Mr. Hauman is certainly one, proceeding solely on the basis of various areas, slavishly copying the singer's expression and living intellectually solely on this fact, on this formula for singing that they peddled for several years in all the capitals of Europe? It is really only the wives of grocers and a few bourgeois with poor taste in music who are delirious at Rubin's imitation of Lucia di Lammermoor. And now an example from Berlioz, speaking about Ferdinand Herold's Zampa, a comic opera from 1835. His music is very much like those industrial products made in Paris from processes invented elsewhere and slightly modified. It's Parisian music. It is a reason for its success with the opera comic audience, which, in our opinion, represents the middle class of the capital's inhabitants, while it gets so little credit among amateurs or artists whom a more delicate taste or more complex organization or more exercised reasoning eminently distinguish from the multitude. Here I won't read, but you can say that Berlioz is very ferocious against the idea of bourgeois music culture in Paris. I am a bit late, so I will skip a lot of the other slides. You know that Jean Scribe is very famous as a librettist, the most famous. I will skip all this. He wrote for a lot of 53 composers. And here I would like to show you these caricatures. You see Jean Scribe writing on a lot of words, pièces assignées, so pieces to sign, spirit number 1, spirit number 2, word play of words, ideas, and you have these texts in French. And Benjamin Roubaud make fun of Jean Scribe with the adroit with 2 sense. First sense in French, skillful, and the second sense with copyright. So c'est toi le plus adroit, you are the most skillful, and you are the most man with copyright. Théophile Gautier is very has strong critique against Scribe. I will skip all this. I will give in my articles. and I give you some example. Mr. Scribe, anti-poetic par excellence, nature par excellence. He writes as a bourgeois who would like to talk. So the bourgeois will go out in droves to applaud this new feat of skill by Mr. Scribe. Bourgeois tableau, salon intrigues, that's where Mr. Scribe excels. Mr. Scribe is a poet of the bourgeoisie. So no talent for arts. Means you can find this idea in more than hundreds of Gautier critics. So I go to my conclusion. In conclusion, the notion of bourgeois is largely polysemous in French. This paper focuses on one of the pejorative meanings given to the term in the 19th century. As spokesmen for the French Romantic movement in literature and music, Théophile Gautier and Hector Berlioz were constantly fighting against the bourgeois bad taste that, according to them, dominated most Parisian theatrical scenes. Lovers of art for art's sake, they were distressed by the mercantile virtue of theatre, but their aesthetic position masks personal interests. Both earned most of their livings as critics, rather than by earning royalties on their poetic or musical creations. This sense of bitterness and injustice comes through loud and clear when you systematically go through the hundreds of concert and opera reviews. While the works of the great romantic authors, such as Berlioz, Gautier, Victor Hugo, or Alexandre Dumas, have long been part of the artistic canon in France, it was often more prosaic and now forgotten authors, such as Aubert, Adam, Eugène Scribe, Mélesville, or Saint-Georges, who dominated the Parisian theatre scene in the 19th century. The study of the notion of bourgeoisie within the cultural industry thus puts into perspective the important evolution of the canon over the last 2 centuries. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. It was really the right theme for the beginning of this session, just to see the basics. How was this perception from, let's say, from the bad imitator to the leader, and then back, actually, or to the merchant, let's say. Do you have any questions? Yes, Harry, please.
Because of his, very firm association with Meyerbeer, I'm just wondering whether the critique of Scribe may have had an element of anti-Semitism involved in it, given that this is a feature of French intellectual life in the 19th century.
You can find some examples of anti-Semitism in the critics of Théophile Gautier, but he was very fond of Meyerbeer, and when he critiques a new opera from Meyerbeer or old opera always with a libretto or script, he makes a difference between the libretto and the music. So you have a lot of good critics about the music and bad about the libretto. You have hundreds of examples of it.
Any further questions? Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. As Vera said, it was a proper way how to start this whole conference, not just this session.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a small comment. A lot of what has been told us about the bourgeoisie, the manners of their living, or of their smell, if you want to, is too much ideologized. It comes from an elite perspective, coming either from the aristocracy from above, or in the 19th century from the aristocracy of the l'esprit as such. I would put things much more down to earth and say that a bourgeois was, during the Ancien Regime, just an inhabitant or dweller of a city, of a bourg, of a burg, who was living on his own skills, his work, his smells are working, hardly what the aristocracy did do as such. But in the 19th century, things with the industrialization, And with the industry, bourgeoisie have changed radically. For example, in the United States, a state and a society which has no own aristocracy, Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, the Gettys, and so on, started to live, to behave, and to figure in public as the real aristocracy of the bourgeois society as such. So let's put things down to earth and let's talk about the dwellers of a city who have their own culture and without putting too much of any ideology in it.
Yes. Can I answer?
Of course,
Yes.
of course.
I had to go very quickly, but in this definition in La Grande Encyclopédie, I didn't translate all. It explains that in the 19th century, the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie had the same education, the same manners. You had no difference anymore, and that all these artists like Berlioz, Gautier, and others were bourgeois too. So yes, you are right. You are right, and we have different since it's a polysemous word. I only put one sense, but it's one sense among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to your article because it would be explained in detail there. Once again, thank you, Mathieu. And now I'm calling Jan de Wilde from Antwerpen to join us with his presentation on the bourgeois music culture in Antwerp from 1814 to 1914. That is really the... Would you like to sit down here? Maybe it's easier for you if you...
I can do this.
Yes, you can do it.
That's great. Thank you.
Have enough light?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. My presentation is. Okay, thank you. My presentation is set in Antwerp, but I would still like to start in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, and more specifically in September 1833. When the annual September celebrations were celebrated. The September celebrations were first held in 1831 to commemorate Belgium declaring independence in 1830, when the Dutch king's army was driven out of Brussels. For the young Belgian government, the September celebrations were a way of keeping the memory of the revolution of 1830 alive and honoring the fallen. François-Joseph Fétis, who after a long stay in Paris, had been appointed in April 1833 as director of the Royal Conservatoire in Brussels and as Maître de Chapelle du Roi, King's Kapellmeister, was responsible for the musical elements of the September celebrations. In that position, he organized two concerts in 1834. On 25 September 1834, he organized an enormous open-air concert taking place in the evening at the beautifully illuminated Botanical Gardens in Brussels. For this occasion, Fétis composed the work for two wind orchestras consisting 600 and 800 musicians, which he used to create a spectacular echo effect. Furthermore, the audience was served arrangements of popular opera melodies. In his journal Revue Musicale, he referred to the open-air concert as le concert du peuple, the concert of the people. The next day, Fétis conducted what he called le concert de l'aristocratie d'éducation, the concert for the educated aristocracy. So, before a well-to-do audience at the Temple of the Augustinians in Brussels, including works by Handel, Beethoven, and Cherubini. By segregating audiences into an open-air concert and a concert in a prestigious concert hall, Fétis aimed to reach a wider public. Quote, thus, all classes of society were called upon to enjoy the moral benefits of music, each according to their level of education. While one audience enjoyed pure, simple, and sparkling music played on brass and woodwind instruments, the other was presented with profound, elevated, grand melodies by Handel and Beethoven. End of quote. Back then, it was considered obvious that music was consumed in one's own social class. This is evident, for instance, from the statutes of the oldest civilian music society in Antwerp, namely the Société d'Harmonie d'Anvers, which was founded in 1814 and recruited its members from Antwerp bourgeoisie. In doing so, the statute stipulated that only those members should be admitted, and I quote, who by birth and rank are not too much below or above the majority of members. End of quote. Fortune and profession, prestige and lifestyle were determining factors for enjoying music together. In a port and trading city like Antwerp, people also sought contact with each other for the sake of business interests. Because of that, the Société d'Harmonie not only organized concerts throughout the year. In summer, there were wind orchestras in the lush gardens. In winter, there were symphonic orchestra in the main hall, but also hosted dinners and balls. At that time, the society also had its own restaurant and cafe. Conversations, dinners, and parties were as important to members as attending the concerts. The Société d'Harmonie grew into the most wealthy and prestigious concert society, not only of Antwerp, but of the whole of Belgium. In 1864, a new concert hall was inaugurated, shaped like a Roman basilica with seating for 3,500 listeners. This is a digital reconstruction. That huge number already indicates that over the years, the society became less exclusive and opened its door to a wider audience. The society then also brought well-known virtuosos to Antwerp, such as Wieniawski, Joachim, or Clara Schumann, for example. The evolution of the Antwerp music scene from private music societies to a public and gradually government-subsidized musical life will not differ much, I think, from evolutions in other cities and countries. But there is still one element that makes this development special. And you can already see that evolution popping up here in the membership list of the Société d'Harmonie from 1864, so the year that the new concert hall was inaugurated. 5 German names now appear among the well-known Antwerp notables, as you can see. These 5 were members of what was called the German colony in Antwerp, a colony that would grow strongly in the second half of the 19th century. The reason why Antwerp had such a large German community has everything to do with the seaport, a port with great potential that is close to and easily accessible for the German Rhineland. The fact that Belgium was a politically stable country after the Revolution of 1830, and that in 1863 the River Scheldt and hence the port had become toll-free, attracted more and more German entrepreneurs to Antwerp. Moreover, Antwerp also had a good train connection with the Rhineland. Often it were families who came to Antwerp who married amongst each other, so that a solid network soon developed. Many of them took an active part in the cultural life of the city, and most wealthy engaged themselves as patrons, sponsoring cultural events and especially concerts. German music lovers in Antwerp united in typically German music associations, such as the Antwerp Liedertafel, but they were also very active in already existing Antwerp music associations, such as the aforementioned Société d'Harmonie. Towards the end of the 19th century, Antwerp had more than 10,000 German residents out of a population of around 220,000 people. And those German Antwerpers were very visible in the city. If at the end of the 19th century a German were arrived in Antwerp by train, he would have felt at home immediately. As soon as he left the new splendid train station, he could drink a fresh pint of Dortmunder Germania beer in Kopelstein or in one of the many German pubs, meanwhile reading the Antwerp newspaper Deutsche Zeitung für Belgien. He could book a room in Hotel Wagner right next to the new Flemish Opera building, and on Sunday he could choose between 2 Protestant churches where he could attend an evangelisches Gottesdienst in German, and in both churches he could listen to an organ by the German organ builder Walker. The German community in Antwerp organized its own education, work, charity, and entertainment. But they also quickly and massively integrated into Antwerp's community life, including the music associations. They not only became members, but also took on leadership roles and financed the associations. From these positions, they would play an essential role in the evolution towards public musical life. When in 1864 the Société de Musique was founded, a new music society that wanted to perform large choral works in Antwerp in the tradition of the Niederrheinische Musikfest, prominent German families such as Kreglinger, Schmidt, and von Bernhut were among the founding members. The repertoire was indeed inspired by great music festivals that were so popular in the Rhineland at the time, with oratorios by Handel and Haydn and choral works by Mendelssohn and Beethoven. Whereas Antwerp music life in the first half of the 19th century was strongly oriented towards Paris via the Théâtre Royal Français, the French opera in Antwerp, the German repertoire gradually became more important. The Société de Musique played a decisive role in the Antwerp music scene because at the end of 1867, the board, with several German members, appointed the young composer Peter Benoit as its music director. Benoit had just been appointed as the first director of the Flemish Music School of Antwerp, the first higher education institute in Belgium to offer courses in Dutch and the predecessor of the current Royal Flemish Conservatoire. Benoit, a pupil of Pétis, would make Antwerp the epicenter of the Flemish national musical movement that was campaigning against Francophone dominance of Belgian musical culture. This movement sought a return to the roots of Flemish music, which it believed could be found in the Flemish language and folk songs and in the polyphony. This movement that focused not only on performers and composers, but also on the general public, gained a large following, partly thanks to the German patrons who supported Benoit and his concerts. They not only joined Benoit's orchestra and chorus, they helped organize the concerts and finance them. Not surprisingly, after writing the Oratorio de Schelde in 1868, in 1889, Benoit thanked the German patrons of the Société de Musique with the Oratorio de Rijn, the Rhine. In this oratorio, Benoit makes a journey along the banks of the Rhine, paying homage to greats such as Beethoven, Goethe, and Gutenberg. The work ends with a festive hymn to the art cities of Aachen and Cologne, after which everyone happily returns to Antwerp. This libretto may sound naive to our ears, but it demonstrates a great gratitude to the German community in Antwerp, which came mainly from the Rhineland. But it also shows a great respect for German culture in general. And that was, of course, also prompted by the anti-French sentiments that were present in the Flemish movement and therefore also in Benoit's Flemish music movement. German patrons also supported the many open-air performances of works with which Benoit tried to mobilize the people of Antwerp and by extension Flanders to help realize his plans. The most famous example is the performance of the popular Rubens cantate in 1877, which attracted many tens of thousands in the shadow of the Antwerp Cathedral. We know from newspaper articles and police reports that all classes of the populations either sang alone in the mass choir or stood among the audience, a big difference from Pétis open-air concerts 40 years earlier. Helped by this massive support, Benoit was able to realize two of his projects. In 1893, Antwerp was given a Flemish opera house in addition to the French opera, and in 1897, his music school received the status of Royal Conservatoire. Both institutions were publicly funded. It was from the Société de Musique that in 1903, Antwerp's most important concert organization grew, the Maatschappij der Nieuwe Concerten, the Society of New Concerts. This association was highly ambitious and sought to create for the first time in Antwerp a professional symphonic orchestra that would perform both the classical and contemporary repertoire in the national and Flemish Belgium in a high-quality manner. Furthermore, the concerts had to be framed with solid information for the audience, and lastly, the entrance fee should not be too high so that everyone could attend the concerts. Ambitious goals, obviously, and for this money was needed in the first place, a lot of money, which was again mainly raised by the German community in Antwerp. These funds were collected under the chairmanship of Heinrich Vester, Henri Vester in Antwerp, a descendant of a German family who had moved from Frankfurt to Antwerp. He acted as a link between the German financial upper class and Antwerp music life. Vester, who had been active before in the Société de Musique, became in 1903 the first president of the new concerts and raised the necessary capital. In the space of a few weeks, he brought together 108 sponsors, including many Germans, each pouring 1,000 francs into a limited company. You can see the names of the German board members here, and it's remarkable, however, that there were also two women on the board. Two women who themselves had a career as a performing musician. Anna Mehlich came from Stuttgart and studied for a while with Franz Liszt in Weimar. She had a great international career, which brought her to America. In 1880, she married the German trader Rudolf Falk, with whom she went to live in Antwerp. And Amanda herself of a German family, was a talented singer and pianist who captured the imagination of several Flemish composers, but also of Charles Gounod, who was often a guest in Antwerp. She was married to the German trader Maximilian Schnitzler and was therefore a prominent member of the German community, both through her origins and marriage. The board's ambitions are reflected not only in the capital that was raised, but also in the fact that the famous Flemish Wagner tenor Ernest van Dijk was asked as artistic advisor. Van Dijk had a well-filled address book and was therefore better placed than anyone else to bring great soloists and conductors to Antwerp. This immediately became clear in the opening concert of the new concerts, for which Ernest van Dijk succeeded in bringing Siegfried Wagner to Antwerp on 30 November 1903. For the new orchestra, it was immediately an ambitious program with Beethoven, Liszt, and Richard and Siegfried Wagner on the music stands. Van Dijk himself sang excerpts from 3 Wagner operas. The focus was clearly on the German repertoire. The financial commitment of the German board members translated well into concert programs that suited their tastes and expectations. But the focus on the German repertoire was also fully in line with the intentions of Benoit's Flemish music movement, which wanted to counter the French dominance of music life. It is therefore somewhat ironic that the concerts of the new concerts took place in the Théâtre Royal Français, the French opera, the temple of French opera culture in Antwerp. Yes, I'm finished. My time is up, I'm afraid. But to still give you an idea of the importance of this concert society, up until World War I, the new concert brought, among others, Richard Strauss, Gustav Mahler, Sergei Rachmaninoff, Arthur Nikisch, and Felix Weingartner to Antwerp. Partly thanks to the German colony, Antwerp was able to grow into the most important music center in Belgium in the 19th century, with 2 opera houses, a conservatoire, and an orchestra, in addition to many other musical societies that flourished alongside. The invasion of the Germans in 1914 put an abrupt end to that. Suddenly, in the main square, the German army paraded in the main market of Antwerp, right opposite the fountain that was paid for by German patrons in Antwerp. After the war, it was possible to continue building on the pre-war foundations of the music organizations, but that's another long story. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jan. We have time for one question. So if somebody wants to ask or add something. It was very interesting, this multi-ethnic situation you had in Antwerp. We had some similarities in Croatia, in Zagreb, in Odsjeka, in various cities. And what about the female members of the societies? Were they active as well as the men, or?
Yes, you can see in, especially from the new concert song, but already also in the Société de Concert, started in 1864, that there were also in the board several female members. So they were really
involved in this whole.
Whether full members, could they also make part of the decisive?
Yes, they had
making?
the right to vote. Yeah.
Yes, because in Zagreb they could be full members, but they couldn't make
No,
any.
they had the right to vote.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
and to bring in money also.
Of course. Well, in Zagreb they could bring money, but not to decide any. Any further questions? No. Oh, well, now I will present. Thank you very much, Jan, again. Now we have a trio. Oh, I'll just. You will see. Okay. Our colleague William Everett brought two ladies from Belišće, Nada Milas Bosanac and Antonia Andrašek Baric. And they will present cultural evenings in Belišće from 1888 to 1933. Music, poetry, and theater in a Slavonian factory town. Please, the floor is yours.
Vas pozdravljam. U drugoj polovici 19. stoljeća industrializacija je u Europi bila u punom zamahu, a Slavonija, bogata prirodnim resursima, postaje atraktivno područje za ulaganje. Jedna od ključnih obitelji koja je značajno utjecala na razvoj regije bila je obitelj Gutman. Njihov dolazak u Slavoniju označio je prekretnicu u gospodarskom i industrijskom razvoju ovoga područja. Povijest grada Belišća započinje 1884. godine, kada mađarski veletrgovci i tvorničari obitelj Salamona Henrika Gutmana sklapanjem ugovora o 10-godišnjem iskorištavanju šuma između vlastelništva Brandaua iz Valkova i konzorcija tvrtke SH Gutman iz Velike Kanjiže u Mađarskoj organiziraju u to vrijeme ugovaraju u to vrijeme i otvaraju najmoderniju i najveću pilanu za prorez hrastovine u Europi. Ovim poslovnim pothvatom značajni započinje razvoj moderne industrije i razvoj naselja Gutmanove tvorničke kolonije na području današnjeg grada Belišća na Rudini uz desnu obalu rijeke Drave. Salomon Henry Gutman osnovao je obiteljsko poduzeće SH Gutman 1836. godine u Velikoj Kanjiži u Mađarskoj za preradu žita, trgovinu drvom, proizvodnju bačvi, osobito dužica, te drvom za brodogradnju. Od 1876. godine uspješno poslovanje tvrtke preuzimaju njegovi sinovi, školovani i odgajani u poslovnom duhu kako bi nastavili obiteljsku tradiciju. Tvrtka Gutman poslovala na međunarodnom tržištu, a sjedište i tvornice nalazili su se u Velikoj Kanjiži s podružnicama u Beču, Trstu i Budimpešti. Za svoj doprinos industriji i razvoju željeznica Salomon Henry Gutman 1869. godine dobio je plemički naslov de Gelse, prema regiji u Mađarskoj u kojoj je obitelj posjedovala imanje. Zbog doprinosa industrijskom razvoju car Franjo Josip I dodijelio 1904. godine braći Vilimu, Edmundu, Alfredu i Ladislavu Gutmanu plemički naslov barona de Gelse et Belišće, od Gelse i Belišća, kao i njihovim zakonitim nasljednicima. Osim industrijskog i infrastrukturnog razvoja, obitelj Gutman vodila je brigu o društvenim uvjetima života radnika. Ulagali su izgradnju stanova, škola, zdravstvene zaštite, ranu verziju radničkog osiguranja te kulturne ustanove. Nezamjenjiv simbol Belišća je palača Gutman, koja je 1905. godine dao sagraditi baron Edmund Gutman, prema nacrtima poznatog bečkog arhitekta Ersta von Gottfrieda. Palača je izgrađena kao rezidencija obitelji Gutman, a koristila se u poslovne svrhe kao sjedište tvrtke. Ovo monumentalno zdanje s historicističkim arhitektonskim obilježjima i secesijskim interijerom dvoetažna je građevina s velikim središnjim dvoranom, balkonom na pročelju i katu, te otvorenim terasama na pročelju i stražnjem dijelu zgrade. Sagrađena je tipu tvorničke pogone tvrtke, a s tri strane okružena je uređenim parkom. No ne postoje pisani tragovi o kulturnim aktivnostima u prvim godinama razvoja tvornice i naselja. Skromni početci kulturnog života u Belišću bilježe se dolaskom obitelji Rosenberg. Edmund Gutman poziva svog rođaka Adama Rosenberga da se preseli u Belišće iz Velike Kanjiže i preuzme funkciju komercijalnog direktora Gutmanove tvrtke. Godine 1888. Rosenberg dolazi u Belišće sa suprugom Klarom i jednogodišnjim sinom Zigmundom. Sigurni izvori prihoda omogućili su Rosenbergovima bavljenje umjetnošću. Adam Rosenberg bio je profesionalni glazbenik u Velikoj Kanjiži, gdje je vodio trgovinu glazbenim instrumentima, svirao klavir, osnovao glazbenu školu, bio je objavljivan skladatelj te osnivao i vodio zbor. Klara je pod pseudonimom Klara Berg pisala kratke priče i pjesme koje je objavljivala u raznim bečkim novinama i časopisima. Dom Rosenbergovih postao je mjesto okupljanja ljubitelja glazbe, književnosti, glume i slikarstva. S njihovim dolaskom započinje dokumentirana amaterska glazbena i kazališna scena u Belišću. Organizirane su razne društvene večeri koje su se održavale u palači Gutman ili u kući Rosenbergovi. Na njima su prisustvovali članovi obitelji Gutman te direktori i činovnici iz njihovih tvornica, ali ne i radnici. Ovi događaji bili su oblikovani po uzoru na salone u Beču, Budimpešti i Parizu s poznatom publikom iz redova tzv. Kulturno udvignutih slojeva društva. Posebno u kući Rosenbergovih prostor je bio ograničen, pa su ove večeri bile djelomično dostupne stanovništvu Belišća. Saloni su zauzimali graničan prostor između privatnog i javnog, između kvazi aristokratske ekskluzivnosti i građanskog egalitarizma. U industrijskom mjestu poput Belišća ovakve kulturne večeri bile su važne društvene priredbe među višim društvenim slojevima. Iako ograničeni brojem, ti su događaji imali ogroman utjecaj na kulturni razvoj Belišća, pozicirajući grad unutar šireg slavonskog kulturnog života.
These events were often called Varieteabende or Gemütlicher Abend and included dramatic readings, usually to texts by Clara Rosenberg, vocal selections from operettas, scenes from plays, and performances of songs and instrumental works. Although professional guest artists sometimes appeared, performers were usually local. Adam Rosenberg, for example, played the piano at several of these evenings. One very special document attesting to the cultural events held in Belišće is this handcrafted, silk-bordered poster from the Varieteabend on December 9, 1905, now in the Belišće City Museum. It features the name of Clara Rosenberg as the author of 2 comedic scenes and the pair of couplets that concluded the program. Musical portions included selections from Johann Strauss's operetta, Der Zigeunerbaron, 2 songs by Schubert, one of which was performed as a parody, and a medley of pieces, among which was Paul Linke's Glühwürmchen or Glowworm from his operetta Lysistrata, first performed in Berlin in 1902, just 3 years before this Belišće performance. Here's a bit of Glowworm performed on a player piano in a version made in 1904, perhaps very similar to what was heard in Belišće. Also on the program was a scene from the Hungarian operetta János Vitéz. Written in 1904, this musical adaptation of a classic poem in Hungarian literature became the composer's most famous work. Given the fact that the Gutmanns, the Rosenbergs, and many of the senior management team came from Hungary, having this recent Hungarian work on the program would have held special appeal. Furthermore, along with Glowworm, it exemplified the inclusion of recent music popular in places like Berlin and Budapest on performances that took place in Belišće. Another especially intriguing surviving program is that for the Gemütlicher Abend that took place in Orahovica, a town near Belišće, in February 1909. This offering was directed by Adam Rosenberg and organized by Miss Millie Brown. Operettas were again represented with duets from Leo Falls, Die Dolle zur Prinzessin, and Johann Strauss II's Frühlingsluft. The evening opened with a Zigeuner choir and songs in a Romany style by the popular Hungarian composer Laurent Platter, these being tributes to the Hungarian roots of Gutmann and Sons. There were also German songs, including one by the 19th century German composer Ferdinand Humpert. Of special significance, however, is the appearance of Adam Rosenberg's Hungarian dances, performed by one Miss Loncy Brown. This set of dances had been published in Nasz Kaczynska and was dedicated to the wife of Vilmos Gutmann, one of S.H. Gutmann's sons and a founder of Belisce. Madame Gutmann was also Adam Rosenberg's cousin, for their mothers were sisters. To hear a bit of Adam's music, here is a recording graciously made by Ivan Pernitsky, especially for today's occasion. These cultural evenings were among the earliest musical experiences of the Rosenbergs' son, Sigmund. In 1909, having studied and lived in Belisce, Odsjeka, and Vienna, Sigmund settled in New York City, where after adapting his surname to Romberg, he became known as a composer of short piano pieces and ultimately as a highly successful Broadway composer. His most famous works came from the teens and 20s and included Maytime, The Student Prince, The Desert Song, and The New Moon. Returning to this program from 1909, it, along with others from the time, is in German. This is the language used by the clerks employed in the Gutmann factories at the time. The Art Nouveau style of these physical programs gives them a sense of sophistication and suggests the aura of salons in cities such as Vienna and Budapest. The Gutmanns and the Rosenbergs, therefore, brought the cosmopolitan culture and lifestyle of wealthy aristocratic families in Habsburg capital cities to Belisce through their salon evenings.
After the end of World War I and the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, the company S.H. Gutmann relocated its headquarters from Budapest to Belisce. This happened in December 1980. The company was transformed into a joint stock company under the name S.H. Gutmann Inc. Belisce, thereby avoiding nationalization in the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Members of the Gutmann family, along with their families, increasingly resided in Belisce. After World War I, people were coming to Belisce to work in various Gutmann companies and forest work sites. This included peasants who did not own land and prisoners from Slavonian camps who had been on Russian front. Together, they began developing a new and diverse bourgeois society separate from the company's upper management. The socio-political circumstances and the company's management policies supported a complete separation between clerks and workers in terms of working and living conditions, wages, and social and cultural life. Thus, the differences in Belisce's bourgeois society were visible in all areas of life. However, the cultural and musical scene began to change. Many amateur musical groups were established, including private jazz clubs, a brass orchestra, a choir, and tamburica ensembles. An amateur dramatic section was founded in 1918, and performances were held at the Workers' Home, which was built in 1892 and renovated in 1922. These performances were often attended by members of the Gutmann family, their directors, and clerks. Therefore, they were in a way successors to the earlier saloon evenings, though now the audience was more inclusive and the location less exclusive.
Although the number of high-level executives within the company's management became smaller over time, this elite group still organized musical and social evenings, continuing what had taken place before the war. Two programs survive in the Belisce Museum for these events, one from 1931 and the other from 1933, shown here. Both are in Croatian rather than German. This shows a move away from the cosmopolitanism of those held in the Rosenberg and Gutmann homes to a more local flavor. The program or the performance that took place on February 18th, 1933, had a strong nationalistic atmosphere within a broader Slavic context. The concert was organized by the Clerks' Tamburica and Singing Society for its members and their families. The repertoire is mostly Croatian, though it did include a solo piano piece by Rachmaninoff and the sextet from Smetana's The Bartered Bride. Audiences were treated to performances of songs by Ivan Zaitz and Natchek. One Mr. Antunovich played his own solo piano piece, Les Fleurs de Bellice, Flowers of Bellice, with its aromatic French title, and we don't have the music surviving for this. At least we don't know where it is yet. The concert featured a variety of performing forces, including the namesake Tamburica Orchestra and male and mixed choruses. This concert had a different purpose than the earlier salons. Here was an event for members and families of a social musical organization. Its audience and repertoire were based more in and for the broader community, as opposed to the earlier, more exclusive Rosenberg-Gutmann events.
Importantly, the S.H. Gutmann Company financed Bellice's social and cultural life until 1941. At the beginning of World War II, the Gutmann family left Bellice and permanently settled in Canada. With their departure, the Varieté-Abend evenings ended and cultural life focused on theatrical and musical ensembles. After 1945, several pre-war groups continued to operate, including several of those founded by Gutmann and his workers. New musical, dramatic, and dance groups were also established. After the Homeland War, many cultural and artistic associations resumed their work. The Bellice City Cultural Center nowadays bears the name of Zygmunt Romberg. Musical events dedicated to Romberg, the Romberg Musical Evenings, have been held every November, the month in which Romberg died, since 1970, and the Dragutin Merc Nunoš and Ivan Nikolnikov Memorial since 1972. All these events honor Bellice's musical and dramatic greats. More recent events include Maestro Hvala za sve neka glazba dalje teče and Belišćanski dječji festival Vedrofon. The musical and stage plays Romberg Život I glazba and Pale ljubavi a tribute to the work of Zygmunt Romberg and his connection to Bellice. The music and theater program of the Zygmunt Romberg's Cultural Center is extremely rich and diverse. Actors from the amateur theater perform many plays at an impressive level of quality, and various visiting plays and concerts are organized. The city of Bellice nurtures its cultural scene, which in both quality and diversity rivals those of larger surrounding cities. This heritage did not spring sui generis. Its roots lie in the variety evenings held at the Rosenberg home in the years surrounding the turn of the 20th century, with the close involvement of the Gutmann family and its businesses. These saloon-style cultural offerings, sitting between the public and the private, inspired the development of musical institutions and supported the idea of bourgeois music making in Slavonian factory town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presenting us this really a special situation. We have visited last year Bellice, and it was something special. It was an artificially created town, actually. And the Gutmann family really took care of everything for their workers. Do you have any questions? Oh, yes, Lindmeier Brandl.
Obviously, they are both Jewish families.
Yes.
Coming from Hungary. Could you say a little bit more about the family? So at the when the second before the Second World War, they emigrated to Canada, something Czech, from the. But before, where did we come from? What is their background?
The Gutman family came from Nagy Kanizsa, Velika Kanizsa in Hungary. And they founded the factory in Belice. And after the World War II, some of them were killed during the war. But after the war, they moved to Canada.
Why changing the name to Romberg? Now, Romberg is a famous musician and took brothers in the 19th century, as you know here. Why changing from Rosenbaum to Romberg? Is it has a meaning?
The name change with that, this was very typical a lot of Jewish composers who were working on Broadway at that time, that they did change their name. For example, I'm forgetting them all now, but Irving Berlin, George Gershwin, those were not their original names. They had names that were much more Jewish in being able to be recognized. And this was part of an idea to assimilate, as it were, into New York American culture. And so Romberg was a very similar reason, something that would sound less Jewish. And all of these composers as well, another reason behind that is they are wanting to be known as popular composers, have their names on sheet music. And so they're also thinking about what will their name look like when it is published on a piece of sheet music. So that was another, those were sort of the two reasons. So thank you.
Yeah, but that was, I might add just something, a very specific family destiny of the Gutman family. Some of them were really killed during the Nazi regime, but some survived, and then they were accused by partisans to collaborate. So they were shot down by partisans, the communists. Well, yes.
He came back a couple of times, I think twice. Yes, one was in the 1920s to visit, and then after his mother passed away, she died in Vienna, actually. And so to move her body to bring it to Belice, where she and Romberg's father are both buried in Belice, Adam Rosenberg, with that, who we are discovering was a very significant musician, wrote a lot of piano music that is wonderful to be discovering his legacy, but that's another story.
I think that there are some other questions, but we have to stop here. You can continue during our break. Thank you very much again. Now, our colleague from Ljubljana, Marko Motnik, should present his paper, The Establishment and Institutionalization of the Music Market in Ljubljana in the early 19th century. Unfortunately, because of some very serious family reasons, he could not come, but he made his paper, and his colleague, Maruša Zupancic, will present it to you.
Good morning, everyone. Institutionalization refers to the process by which certain norms and behaviors become deeply embedded in society, shaping political, economic, and social structures. This process gained momentum during the Industrial Revolution, when states began to take on roles that were once private. Within the context of development, institutionalization is often seen as a key driver of modernization. The American economist Douglas North famously described institutions as the formal and informal rules of the game that shape how societies function. The music market, however, is not a fixed institution, but rather a fluid cultural and economic practice. It is influenced by artists, audiences, intermediaries such as sellers, music printers, and technological developments. By viewing the music market as a dynamic process, we can better understand how culture and economics interact. This perspective allows us to move beyond simplified narratives such as patronage and publishing, or supply and demand, and instead explore the broader landscape of musical life. Between the French Revolution and the First World War, changes within the political economic sphere had a significant impact on both the content of music and how it was distributed. In my paper, I will focus on how these dynamics played out in Ljubljana, the former capital of the historical region of Carniola, now part of Slovenia. Ljubljana was a small but culturally vibrant urban center, rendering the study of its musical and institutional development relatively manageable. Nonetheless, due to several unique local factors, the insights gained derived from this case may not be directly applicable to other cities, though they can still provide valuable points of comparison. In the early 19th century, Ljubljana was a provincial capital within the Austrian Empire. In 1816, it became the capital of the Kingdom of Illyria. Although it had only around 17,000 residents by 1848, a growing middle class helped create a lively cultural scene. Institutions such as the State Theatre and the Philharmonic Society held regular concerts featuring both local and international performance. Elegant venues hosted balls, and public spaces like cafes and promenades supported an active social life. Opera was particularly popular. While some observers described Ljubljana's citizens as reserved, the city's musical life was rich and closely aligned with Central European trends. Private salons also played an important, if less visible, role in musical culture. Throughout the 19th century, Ljubljana's musical and cultural life was shaped by mobility, networks, and cultural exchange. Despite its size, the city became a dynamic crossroads for artists, virtuosos, and merchants traveling through the Habsburg Empire, especially along the road between Vienna and Trieste. To better understand Ljubljana's music market, it is helpful to explore several interconnected aspects of its development. Today, I will focus on the following areas: music sellers and distribution mechanisms, repertoire, target audiences, and music publishing. Not much is known about Ljubljana's music market before 1800, as very few sources have survived. One exception is a 1776 advertisement by the book printer Bromberger offering music for sale. This is the only known example of an advertisement from the entire 18th century in Ljubljana. In the first half of the 19th century, printed music was mainly imported into Ljubljana with only limited local production. Newspaper advertisements and later printed catalogs provide valuable insights into the work of music sellers and how they made music accessible. Before 1820, such advertisements were rare, but the trade began to grow in the 1820s. Even then, advertisements remained brief and selective, usually promoting just a few publications at a time. They also suggest that a subscription system was often used to distribute new music. Given the city's relatively small population, it was likely neither practical nor profitable for sellers to keep large stocks. Music sellers in Ljubljana often combined multiple roles. Many were book and newspaper printers, publishers, and booksellers at the same time. Printing business were usually passed down through families, and it was common to lease printing rights. Some of the most prominent names in Ljubljana's music trade during the period include Josef Zazenberg, the Kleinmer and Bramberg Press, Johann Georg Licht, Leopold Paternoli, Heinrich Wilhelm Horn, Rosalia Eger-Sohn, Josef Blasnik, and Giovanni Giuntini, all of them also book or newspaper printers. Specialized music shops did not appear until the second half of the century. earlier, some booksellers sold music alongside books, art prints, stationery, and even musical instruments. In some cases, it was possible to pick up sheet music at the pharmacy or other non-specialist shops if arranged in advance. Private music lending libraries also played an important role. Paternoli, for instance, described himself as both a music dealer and the owner of a music library, although no catalog of his collection has survived. In contrast, Giuntini's printed catalog from 1851 provides a rare glimpse into the type of music that could be borrowed at the time, spanning 42 printed pages. 3/4 of the catalog is piano music, the rest is vocal, chamber, and church music, with only a few works for other solo instruments such as guitar or flute. The repertoire available on Ljubljana's music market reflected the taste of the growing middle class. Dance music and salon pieces were particularly popular during the carnival season. Dance music was often advertised in connection with public balls, for example, and new printed collections of current dance compositions and piano arrangements were offered every year. One interesting aspect is the dominance of surviving piano arrangements, especially of dance music, even though advertisements often mentioned versions for various instruments. Opera arrangements also played a major role. Melodies by composers like Rossini, Bellini, and Donizetti were frequently transcribed into instrumental arrangements, potpourris, and remained widely available on the market until the 1850s. It must be said that the vast majority of the music circulating on the Ljubljana market was so-called fashionable salon music, reflecting a not so sophisticated but very lively bourgeois musical culture. In Ljubljana, as in other cities, music obviously enjoyed a high cultural status among the bourgeoisie and the nobility. There is strong evidence of musical activities of many amateur musicians who regarded music as a social obligation, a source of pleasure, and a serious artistic pursuit. The majority of those buying music were undoubtedly drawn from this social group. In general, musical preferences weren't simply individual, they reflected cultural background and social status. Consuming certain types of music helped express one's place in society. In this light, musical taste could even be a tool for analyzing patterns of social distinction within Ljubljana's 19th century urban culture. Music editions were frequently dedicated to elite women in Ljubljana. While women often engaged in music making in private, they also appeared in public roles as performers, teachers, and patrons. The dedication seems to be part of a sophisticated communication strategy. The dedicatee, with his or her social status or gender, is representative of other potential buyers from similar circles in society. Music publishing was a backbone of the 19th century music market. Despite the city's lively musical culture and activities of several book printers, local music printing remained extremely limited until well into the second half of the 19th century, probably due to the small market. As a result, local booksellers often formed partnerships with publishers in cities such as Graz and Vienna. There is considerable evidence of such business relationships and networks. In 1832, for example, the famous Viennese music publisher Tobias Haslinger became godfather to the daughter of the Ljubljana merchant Paternoli, testifying to the close business relationship between the two men. Haslinger did not attend the christening, however, but sent a representative instead. Until the early 19th century, engraving remained the principal method for reproducing music. Around 1800, Alois Dennenfelder introduced lithography, a technique that rapidly disseminated across Europe due to its greater speed, lower cost, and capacity for large-scale production. Notably, all extant printed music from Ljubljana was produced using lithographic methods. However, it was not until the 1840s that locally issued editions began to appear, and even then they remained infrequent and modest in scale. Composers based in Ljubljana typically published their works abroad, predominantly in Graz. In fact, the earliest local editions from the 1840s, published by Kleinmeyer, were printed in Graz by Josef Franz Kaiser. In some cases, composers sold handwritten manuscripts from their private collections. Manuscript trading remained a staple of the local music market, offering flexibility and minimal financial risk. Advertising by the Ljubljana-based composer Kaspar Mašek in the 1820s, for example, suggests that he sold both his own and other works in manuscript. In conclusion, the development of the music market in early 19th century Ljubljana reveals how even smaller cultural centers played a meaningful role within the wider networks of musical exchange throughout the Habsburg Empire. By questioning traditional and oversimplified narratives of supply and demand, and challenging the binary between patronage and commerce, we can rethink the role of music dealers. They were not merely intermediaries. They acted as tastemakers, curators, and even cultural producers. By tracing the local dynamics, we gain a better understanding of how regional markets contributed to the circulation of music, repertoire, and ideas on an international scale, offering a valuable perspective on the interconnected nature of European musical life in the 19th century. Together, these perspectives offer a framework for understanding music, not just art or entertainment, but as part of a larger cultural and political process. The aim of my presentation was not to go into detail about each area, but rather to give a brief overview of the most important dynamics of a developing music market and to show how Ljubljana was also connected to the general cultural trends of its time in the field of music trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we are very grateful to Marko Motnik who sent us this nice overview. And I think there will be many similar situations in smaller towns as it was as opposite to the bigger center and stronger centers and cities of the Central Europe. Do you have any questions which might Marusha answer or? No, I don't think so. Thank you again, Marusha. Now I'm announcing the last presenter in our session. This is Professor Tamara Jurkic-Sviben from Zagreb, and she will give an insight into the culture of salon music making in the Leitner and Krajanski families in Varaždin at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries.
Thank you, Professor Katalinic, dear colleagues and esteemed professors. So when discussing salon or domestic music making in the context of bourgeois culture at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century in Varaždin, in northern Croatia, it is essential to reflect on the current state of the research. Existing knowledge about the musical activities of the Leitner and Krajanski families is primarily based on the following sources, particularly Branko Svoboda's chamber music and amateur performances at Varaždin Breg, Krešimir Filić's book, The Musical Life of Varaždin, and Zdravko Blažeković's book, Music Shadowed by Politics, including his article, Friedrich Wieck's Musikalische Bauernsprüche. These families are mentioned as participants in cultural life, though largely through anecdotal or peripheral notes with limited primary sources to support the systematic analysis of their musical practices. A key oral source regarding the Leitner family mentioned in the Svoboda's book came from Branka Šipuš-Lunacek, a distant relative familiar with original letters that documented musical events at the Leitner estate and the family's ties to the Wieck and Schumann families. Part of the legacy of Branka Šipuš-Lunacek was entrusted to
Croatian Music Institute in Zagreb, but the whereabouts of some of the documents and letters mentioned in Branko Sloboda's book remain unknown. This case highlights the frequent and growing need to recognize and protect valuable private legacies through legal safeguarding, institutionally digitization for preservation and accessibility, and their inclusion as quality source material for in-depth scholarly research. However, this is a topic that certainly deserves a separate discussion at another dedicated conference. This presentation aims to provide an overview of existing data, present consulted primary sources, and highlight the need for continued research, particularly in uncovering additional archival evidence and reconstructing the social and private context of music making that influenced the institutionalization of music culture in Varaždin. As we know, chamber music making by musically educated amateurs and participation in music societies were key aspects of bourgeois culture. Domestic and solo music making, typically in the form of four-hand piano playing, piano trios, or string quartets, had a social, cultural, and recreational function, bringing together individuals across different backgrounds in a shared artistic experience. Amateur musicians were often lawyers, doctors, pharmacists, or merchants who engaged with chamber and symphonic repertoire and supported musical life through performances in their own or others' salons. In the 19th century Varaždin, several families are recorded as hosting musical events, including the Udel, Hansman, Halter, Lelis, and the Band families. Among them, the Jewish and later ennobled Leitner family stood out. As Krešimir Filić at 1972 noted, it's a quotation, among all these families, the most prominent were the members of the family of Albert Leitner, who was himself an enthusiastic musician, mastering several instruments, among which he played the cello with virtuosity. It's the end of quotation. Albert Leitner, a wealthy merchant and landowner, built a summer residence with a stage and music hall on his estate at Varaždin Breg, where he organized musical and theatrical evenings. These events included family members and a wider cycle of musicians and listeners. It's a quotation. These gatherings featured musical duets, trios, quartets, solo piano performances, and vocal pieces accompanied by piano. End of quotation. He received early musical education, gathered music lovers around him, and performed selected chamber works. He was a member of the Varaždin Music Society and active at the Zagreb Music Institute. One concert especially is recorded as, it's a quotation, an event held on March 9, 1872, with a raffle in aid of poor residents of the Zagreb region. It's this example of presented public concerts. Performers included his daughter, Dragica Leitner, at piano, Josip Ban at cello, Anka Šter, and Albert himself. All 7 Leitner children, 3 sons and 4 daughters, were inclined toward music, literature, and poetry. The daughters received musical education in Dresden under Friedrich Wieck, father of Clara Schumann. Branko Sloboda highlights the family's organization of musical gatherings and private teaching. Dragica Leitner performed at charity concerts and family events with her sisters Olga, Sofia, and Berta. Their close ties with the Wieck and Schumann families enriched Varaždin's musical culture through the introduction of Schumann's works. As Zdravko Blažeković wrote in 1991, the quotation, for Dragica and her sisters, music education was obligatory. Their father, instead of hiring a local teacher, sent them to Dresden in the early 1860s to study under Friedrich Wieck, one of Europe's most prominent music teachers. This was rare among Croatian families at the time, where Vienna was usually the farthest point of study. Their education brought numerous contemporary German compositions to Varaždin and introduced the works of Schumann. It's the end of quotation. Dragica also taught piano to well-known Croatian musician Batoslav Hollander, who became a notable musician in Varaždin. Albert Leitner died at Varaždin Breg and was buried at the Jewish cemetery in Varaždin. His wife, Teresia, donated over 160 chamber works from his estate to the Society for the Beautification of the Plitvice Lakes, confirming the family's extensive music library. The only documented trace of that collection is found in the Leitner-Pust family estate at the State Archives in Varaždin. In 1946, a surviving heir donated remaining music and the cello to the music school in Varaždin. A World War II era confiscation list also notes a piano among their belongings. The presence of a piano, often inherited across generations, signified not only material wealth, but also cultural orientation and active engagement in musical life. It served as both a central instrument in music making and an educational tool, especially for daughters. In the Leitner home, the piano reflected a lifestyle where music was lived, nurtured, and transmitted, shaping bourgeois musical culture. The Krajansky family, alongside the Leitners, the Krajansky family made a remarkable contribution also to Varaždin's musical life in the early 20th century. Author Artur Kreuterblit, later known as Artur Krajansky, was the son of pharmacist Benjamin Kreuterblit, brother of lawyer Ernest, and husband of pianist Jelisava. In 1907, he changed his surname to Krajansky. A pharmacist by profession, Artur was also an active figure in Varaždin's Jewish and cultural life. He completed his education in Varaždin and later studied pharmacy and earned a doctorate in chemistry in Budapest and Vienna. From 1920 until his death, he managed the pharmacy Zlatnom Anđelu inherited from his father. As part of his cultural upbringing, he received music training in Varaždin and studied with, in that time, well-known Josip Rosenberg and his son Vjekoslav Rosenberg-Ružić. And in this study program, Artur became a skilled cellist. Though professionally a pharmacist, Artur moved in musical circles associated with composers Oskar Nedbal, violinist Zlatko Baloković, and co-founded the Orchestral Society in Varaždin in 1909. He also served as president of the Rotary Club Varaždin and held position in the Jewish Community Committee and Religious Council. As stated in Krešimir Filić's book, Artur and his pianist wife Jelisava and his violinist brother Ernest hosted private concerts in their homes. Their musical circle also included Erwin Smutka, who joined as a fourth member in string quartet performances. Ernest Krajansky, though a lawyer by profession, was also a conductor, violinist, singer, and writer on music. In 1922, with the already mentioned Krešimir Filić, he founded the Academic Choral Society Tomislav in Varaždin. As Dr. Ruža notes, it's a quotation, the Academic Choral Society Tomislav, under Ernest Krajansky's leadership, immediately proved its artistic credibility by offering the Varaždin audience expertly and stylistically crafted programs that within the local repertoire context were at the very least a curiosity, if not a cultural shock. It's end of quotation. That same year, 1922, is considered the conceptual foundation of the Varaždin Baroque Evenings, today a national cultural festival. It was then that, it's a quotation, the first stylistically created programs of Renaissance and Baroque music were performed by the choir Tomislav, conducted by Dr. Krajansky, with intellectual and organizational collaboration from Krešimir Filić. It's end of quotation. Thus, a lawyer and musical amateur laid the groundwork for the Baroque concert tradition that later became the backbone of a festival with national renown. Ernest Krajansky also composed and arranged music harmonizing folk and popular melodies, including Pajkadian songs. Two of his works, Ja sam Varaždinac or Pospana devojka, are preserved in the National and University Library in Zagreb and analyzed by the author of this presentation in another paper. He promoted the works of Croatian composers such as well-known Vinko Žganec, Anton Dobronić, Risto Savin, and led performances of both traditional and classical works. Notably, his choir Tomislav took part in a performance of Berlioz's Grand Mass, the more with the Zagreb Philharmonic under well-known conductor Milan Saks. And this is also a quotation. The Croatian Choral Society Lisinski with the Zagreb Philharmonic performed one of Berlioz's grandest works. Around 240 performers participated. The Lisinski choir was reinforced by Tomislav, prepared by Dr. Krajansky. The concert was a powerful artistic experience and a major social event. It's end of quotation. As a writer, Ernest published valuable reflections on the musical life of Varaždin, which today serve as historical sources. Sadly, in 1941, during World War II, he was arrested along with other Jews from Varaždin and deported to Stara Gradiška camp, where he was murdered. His sister-in-law, Jelislava Krajanski, was born in Sopron, Hungary. She completed her general and music education in Sopron and later studied piano at the Vienna Conservatory. In 1919, she married Artur Krajanski and settled in Varaždin, where she gave solo recitals and focused especially on the piano works of Johannes Brahms. She was only professional pianist. She was in the family. Jelislava performed with distinguished artists, including violinist Baloković, Topolsky, Pinkava, and Segedi, or singers Horvat and Trautner Križaj, with bass Križaj, and violinists and singers Jordis. She took part in chamber concerts at home, gave private lessons, and participated in musical events of the Jewish community in Varaždin. She too was arrested during the mass roundup of Varaždin Jews on July 13 to 14, 1941, deported to Auschwitz and perished there. So, to conclusion, the documented activities of the Leitner and Krajanski families clearly show how private musical education, domestic music making, and broader amateur participation shaped the cultural identity of Varaždin in the late 19th and early 20th century. Though not professional musicians, these families actively cultivated music life through concerts, education, promotion of European repertoire, and cultural transfer, leaving a lasting mark on the city's history. They served as cultural mediators who helped foster both the preservation of tradition and the introduction of contemporary art music. The image of Varaždin as today as a city of music is rooted in the values established by these families, values that continue to shape the local cultural identity and also national operational identity, despite the historical traumas that follow.
Thank you very much for this presentation, giving an insight into a very typical Jewish salon, actually, and there were a lot of them in the during the early 20th century and even late 19th century.
It's only one case.
Yes,
study.
it is a case study, but gives very nice information. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. Back. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if you could perhaps comment a little bit more on the aspect of cultural transfer. I completely agree with you, and I'm very fascinated by this whole idea through the lens of salon culture. And I just wonder, because you even mentioned, I think, the Leitner daughters who took music lessons, I think this week. So apart from music by Schumann, I wonder, could you comment on what else they brought from Dresden to their own home?
Okay, so there were letters which remembered this friendship between Wieck family and also Dragica Leitner. She was a pianist and studied there with Wieck, and in these letters mentioned in Svoboda's book, because I didn't see the original, it's a pity, I wanted to see the original of these letters, especially the one letter with Clara Schumann. And so this is like confirmation of this culture transfer. And also it's mentioned in this that the library of Leitner family, which was given in the 19th century to this association of Plitvice Lakes, was the full of the Schumann scores and so on. But we have now not the proof for this. This was only mentioned in Svoboda's book. The next generation who survived was Vjekoslav Leitner. He survived the Second World War, and the only remaining of this big library of the Leitner family, and it's also a schedule of 48, I think, scores given to the music school of Varaždin in 1946. And we have this original congratulation of the principal of the school. And there is a schedule of all scores, which is chamber works, Brahms, trio, Schumann, also a lot of them. And so it's a proof that this was really a legacy of the cultural legacy of the family. And this is the last remaining what we know about them. And this was one cello also given to the music school. But this full cultural transfer that these daughters from the Leitner's family bring the scores from this education, this was very important because this family had a big music library.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, I might find you over coffee later. Now I have a microphone to pass on. So.
Is there any further question? If not, I think the coffee is still smelling outside, and I wish you a pleasant time.
Thank you.
Aquí lo ve perfectamente. Vale. Questo pezzo che fa aquí, detrás de este, ya está, vamos ahí. ¿No? Bueno, puedo ver que están ahí todos. Está bien, el bien está aquí. Todo is okay. Yes. No, I thought now. I thought the next session. Okay. Listen. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Where you can pass, where you can pass. Pass. 25 minutes, 6 o'clock, very new, very good. Yeah. So we will work in yes, yeah. Already, very well. It's I don't think like human make mistakes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. We have to be prepared. Yeah. Because no, you're a problem. You are happy. Mislim da ponovo. Da, da. Pa imamo tu vidim da je treći predavač stavio stik, ima dvije prezentacije, pa ne znam sad koju. A, to je dvije povijesti, pa nešto ono. Da, Rodriguez. Da. Ne znam, ima dvije ili šta. Ponovo povijesti. Pa jesu jučer. Evo, možete probati. Može i povnica, može biti. Jučer rekli, ovo tu, jel? Da. Da u štima ona je što pa početi neke povnice. Ne, dobro. Sad još jedan put, pa ćete pojaviti. Da. Dobro. Bitno da se to počne pojaviti. Dobro. Da, da. Tradicije. A, valjda budem. Valjda budem. Da. Ovak je to diskretno, kao ovo, diskretna svjetla. Tako jedno da idem okolo lampe, kratko uredim. Tražim se tamo. Samo da vidim. To je dobro. Sad je opet ovo tu. Čekaj. Evo.
Your name. Your what day? For that? Yeah. Just take it home. Obviously, maybe because of this, they may take time. Yeah. Looks like it did transition in a funny way, so it's jumping here. But as I can see, everything works. Yeah, everything is a little bit off, but nothing special. You can do it right away. You also have the presenter. You can also get their wireless mouse keyboard, so it's up to you. Whatever works for you. Io buon mai, O, c'è no, bravo. Uczyć cię obserwanie. Lucius ovdje da me...
Welcome to our first keynote lecture. Professor Tuksar, who is the leader of this project, will give a keynote paper, Advancing a Scintillation of Music Societies in Civil Croatia in the Long 19th Century. And he will bring a lot of the results from our project.
Thank you. During the 19th century, most European societies went through a process of transition from the ancien regime type of society to socioeconomic structures more or less dominated by the middle class, living and developing within national and multinational states. The combination of relative stability without major war destructions, the intensity of social dynamics without parallel in previous historical epochs, and the far-reaching revolutionary processes of industrialization and modernization particularly favored the development of one social and spatial aspect of exceptional importance for our topic discussed here, the fate of cities and their population. The growth of the urban population, the bourgeoisie in the elementary sense of the word, the inhabitants of the burg, took on the dimensions of a spectacular increase in both the number of inhabitants and the spatial expansion of cities during the 19th century, which was best demonstrated in the development of major European capitals such as Paris and Vienna. And what was the situation in Croatia in those historical circumstances? After the Congress of Vienna in 1815, the historical Croatian lands were, for the first time in the modern era, after the beginning of the 15th century, united under one supreme political authority, the Habsburg monarchy. However, they were administratively divided between its Austrian and Hungarian parts, the kingdoms of Croatia and Slavonia, hereinafter Croatia-Slavonia, formed the so-called civil or banal Croatia within the Hungarian part, while the separated military frontier was governed directly from Vienna. The screen shows their area and population growth during the 19th century, as well as the growth of the four largest towns, Zagreb, Rijeka, Odsjek, and Varaždin. However, the capital Zagreb remained a small town. In 1847, it was the 16th largest town in the Hungarian part, and in 1850, only the 75th largest town in the entire monarchy, really a small town. As for the socio-political framework, the situation in Croatia in general changed significantly several times during the 19th century. The decisive turning points were the abolition of serfdom in 1848, the Hungarian-Croatian settlement in 1868, and the socio-political unification of civil Croatia and its military border in 1881. Both the background and outcome of such transformations of historical social structures can be identified as several waves of legal, political, and educational reforms, as well as the industrialization accompanied by modernization in practically all aspects of life. For example, in particular, in education, in 1874, there were 673 primary schools, and in 88, there were already 1,189. The same happened with the grammar schools, with gymnasiums, but alas, the proportion of the illiterate population remained very high throughout the 19th century. In 1880, there were 78% illiterate, which fell to 48.8 in 1910. In transport, radiowaves began to be built only during the 1860s and 70s, but exclusively as a service to Austrian and Hungarian export interests connecting Vienna and Budapest with the northern Adriatic ports of Trieste and Rijeka. The transport of people and raw materials was more directed towards the main rivers of Sava, Kupa, and Drava, since the roads were, in most cases, in a deplorable state. In finances, although new middle-class economic elites in Croatia-Slavonia emerged as early as the 1860s, the process of serious capital accumulation, creating a new aristocracy of bankers, financiers, and entrepreneurs, only began in the mid-1890s. However, in order to properly understand the general dynamics and pace of socio-economic, political, and cultural changes in Croatia-Slavonia in the 19th century, it is necessary to take into account that they took place in two quite distinct stages, roughly divided into the first and second half of the century. The first half of the 19th century was largely a modified version of the Ancien regime, where the political nation consisted of the aristocracy and high clergy. The small middle class bore the characteristics of an urban feudal type, while the vast majority of peasants were serfs until 1848. However, it was at this stage that a key process began, the emergence of a modern national building movement called the Croatian National Revival, or the Illyrian movement. It conceptually created the ideological and some initial institutional frameworks for the later development of the Croatian national cause, resembling, at least formally, the way in which French encyclopedists intellectually prepared the French Revolution in the 18th century. The second half of the 19th century, after the events of 1848-49, was a period when the basic foundations for the realization of a prevailing bourgeois social order was met, and when reforms and modernization manifested themselves as a combination of liberalism and nationalism. At the beginning of the second part of this paper, I would like to highlight the fact that the area of and society of Croatia-Slavonia, together with a corresponding military border, were among the most underdeveloped and poorest constituent parts of the Habsburg monarchy, on the same level as Bukovina, Galicia, Dalmatia, and Transylvania. Yet this geographical and socio-economic peripheral area, the Randgebiet, you can see them really all around to the east and northeast, of the monarchy should not be unilaterally considered as some kind of cultural blank spot. As evidence of such an assessment, one can cite the emergence and expansion of musical institutions in Croatia-Slavonia, which took an almost spectacular proportions. Their number increased more than 35 times in less than a century, from just 8 in 1820 to 82 in 81, and at least 292 in 1914. In addition, the number of towns, townships, and settlements with organized musical institutions increased from 4 in 1820 to 104 in 1914. This situation, which I will now graphically present to you on the screen, and that's the term scintillation comes from, led me to dynamically visualize it as an accelerated scintillation or progressive emission of flashes of light, starting from an initial background of almost complete darkness. So the 39 seconds will represent the whole century. So that's it. Of course, this concept only concerns the establishment of musical institutions with organized performances in public spaces and does not address either the practice of performing folk music or the culture of private music making, which has existed since ancient times and continues to exist in parallel with the phenomenon in question here. Regarding the methodology used in locating and identifying these institutions, a combination of field and bibliographical research was used. Field research included the study of artifacts held in various archives and other repositories in Croatia and abroad, as well as bibliographical lists from a number of printed sources. Now, in the following presentation, I find it appropriate to articulate my findings according to the 5 well-known journalistic keywords beginning with W. What, when, where, why, and who organized these institutions? So, to begin with, what are these institutions? Considering the proclaimed goals of their existence and the genres they dealt with, they can be classified as, you can see it on the screen, multi-purpose music associations such as musikvereins, etc., singing societies, instrumental ensembles, mixed vocal instrumental societies, music schools, and theaters with musical performances. The most numerous group were singing societies, 124 identified up to now, but this is work in progress. This is not the final number. Which spread from larger settlements to villages whose existence is still known only to the locals. The duration of their existence and activities varied from less than a year to several decades deep into the 20th century, necessarily including the psychological and political components of national feelings and ideologies. They were in most cases organized on a national basis. The vast majority, as you can see, bore the name Croatian, but there existed also those organized as German, Serbian, Jewish, and other societies, aimed mainly at cherishing and promoting their own ethnic or national musical heritage. The second largest group were instrumental ensembles, 54 in all, which consisted of town and military ensembles, local and fire brigade brass bands, and the most numerous since the 1840s, tamburica ensembles. In this, an interesting phenomenon was the acculturation of the folk instrument tamburica into urban musical culture. For example, in Odsjek and Varaždin, town tamburica societies were organized, both proudly emphasizing the word urban, građansko. One note, instrumental ensembles that form part of strictly military structures within the military border area will be separately discussed in another presentation in this conference by Dr. Babic. The third largest group were mixed vocal instrumental societies. They were founded under several types of names, mainly Singing Tamburica Society, then Singing and Music Society as such, and several societies, special names such as Educational Crafts Workers Society. This sounds very clumsy in English translation. Workers Education Society and Schoolboys Music Literary Societies. The fourth largest group were music schools, 17 of them in all. Registered is so far 12 locations. Since half of the specialized music schools were founded in the first half of the century, it seems that teaching music to the wider non-aristocratic population was among the priorities of the newly emerging middle class, as is clearly shown by the statues of the earliest musikvereins in Zagreb, Varaždin, and Osijek. However, the first music schools were opened in the towns of Karlovac and Rijeka, 1804, 1820, respectively. It is not surprising that all music schools were opened in towns that were also distinguished by the number of their musical institutions, such as Zagreb, Rijeka, Osijek, Varaždin, and so on. There was obviously a mutual interpenetration of interests between the need for educated local musicians and the establishment of local music schools. The fifth group, the musikverein type institutions, are some of the most interesting, important, and somewhat intriguing institutions. The German term musikverein, as would later be the case with the Croatian terms udruga or društvo, was semantically ambiguous, denoting both a simple singing society and a society with a multifaceted structure. It is the type of complex society that encompassed several activities, one or more performing ensembles, a music school with its own archive and library, a collection of musical instruments, and even a proper building with a concert hall. It seems that only 4 places in Croatia Slavonia founded a real musikverein. You can see it on the screen. Križevci, Musices Institutum, Zagreb, Societas Philharmonica Zagrebiensis, Varaždin Musikverein, and Osijek Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde. Among them, only the Zagreb Societas, which was called since 1925 Hrvatski glazbeni zavod or Croatian Music Institute, has survived uninterrupted to this day as the oldest long-term cultural society in all of Croatia. The Varaždin Musikverein operated for about 40 years until the mid-1860s. The Osijek Gesellschaft was short-lived, 1830 to 38, although it was once tried to be revived in 1858, but without success. However, it seems that the first Musikverein in Croatia, Slavonia, was founded in a relatively small, low-ranking town of Knjižnice, as mentioned above. The last group consists of music theaters organized in 3 towns. In Zagreb, there were 3 theaters with musical performances, the so-called Amadej Theater, the so-called Stanković Theater, and the Croatian National Theater with a proper opera department organized only in 1870. In Rijeka, musical theaters began with the private Teatro Adamić, then the Teatro Ricotio Perice, and finally in 1885, the Teatro Comunale was founded, whose successor is today's Croatian National Theater Ivan Clementi Zajc. In Osijek had 2 German theaters for the 19th century, the Teatrum Stabile in the Festum since 1825 at least, the Theater der Count K. Freistadt Essek, and finally the Croatian National Theater, which was founded in this city only in 1907. So, now, where were these institutions founded? To put it bluntly and briefly, it can be said that at the beginning of the 19th century, this happened almost nowhere, and at the end of the century, almost everywhere. Namely, apart from military musical ensembles, by 1805, only 2 cities in Croatia, Slavonia, witnessed the founding of musical institutions. As I mentioned, Karlovac and Rijeka, and then by 1827, only 2 more, Samobor and Križevci. On the contrary, in 1914, this project identified 104 townships and villages in which some kind of musical institution had been organized. The previously shown scintillating map showed how this network was constantly growing in numbers, including the interaction of individual institutions, especially the cooperation of numerous singing societies with guest performances from very distant regions and areas. A fine example of this was the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Osijek Lira Singing Society, when in 1901, around 40 singing societies with more than 400 singers came from distant places such as Split, Sarajevo, even Vienna, and Trieste. When were these institutions founded? The pace of establishing musical institutions during the long 19th century in Croatia, Slavonia, showed the character of both a moderate tempo rubato and an accelerando with a strong crescendo tendency towards the end of the century. In the first 3 decades, only 12 institutions were founded, and in the next 3, another 16, but from 1860, a real organizational tsunami occurred. When 1914, there were 226 of them. The absolute record was reached between 1900 and 1909, when 74 institutions were founded, or more than 1 every 2 months in 10 years. Who organized these institutions? The personalities behind the organization of musical institutions were fully represent the diversity of the upper and middle layers of social structure in Croatia, Slavonia. The most spectacular among them are members of the early middle class embodied in Andrija Adamić, the first photo, an accomplished entrepreneur, builder, ship owner, and patron of numerous social and cultural activities in Rijeka, and the wealthy merchant Kristofor Stanković, who in 1834 built the theater building in Zagreb as the center of dramatic and later opera activities until 1895. Some members of the aristocracy and high clergy also occupied a prominent place among the initiators or supporters of musical institutions. Thus, in 1834, Baron Karl von Prandtl, the second photo, encouraged and financed a private music school in Donji Miholjac. Zagreb bishops Maximilian Vrhovac, the third photo, Aleksandar Alagović, and especially Georg Haulik strongly supported the Zagreb Musikverein both financially and morally from the mid-1820s to the end of 1860s, not to mention the Jacobo Bishop Josip Jure Strossmayer. The small department consecrated to Strossmayer is at the end of the exhibition. Strossmayer, the most significant patron of cultural and scientific activity in all of the 19th century Croatia, Slavonia. He founded this academy where you are sitting now. Finally, members of a tiny social stratum, intellectuals and public service professionals, played a very important role in supporting and maintaining musical institutions. At the end of the 19th century, prominent intellectual figures, such as the writer Vjenceslav Novak and the historian Vjekoslav Klajić, the fourth photo, were among the most significant figures in the Zagreb Musikverein. Among the public service professionals, prominent positions were occupied by medical doctors and teachers. Thus, medical doctors were often elected presidents of singing societies in towns and townships, and teachers were especially active in smaller settlements, including villages. Of course, musicians themselves were also among the most active figures in this matter. For example, in Odsjek, the prominent composer, conductor, organist, and music pedagogue, Johann Nepomuk Hummel, founded 3 singing societies, and the conductor Julius Schulz took over the leadership of the German City Theatre 6 times. The most significant activities carried out in the Zagreb Musikverein by top composers such as Karl Wiesel von Morgenstern, Vatroslav Lisinski, and Ivan Zajc have since become historiographical notorious. Why were these institutions founded? In fact, this is the #1 question in the topic under consideration. The first impulses of the people who embarked on the processes of institutionalization were certainly based on the enthusiasm and idealism of amateurs. We can substantiate this claim by looking at the basic documents of the first 2 Musikvereins organized in Zagreb and Varaždin, the paragraphs #1. You can see these texts on the screen. The expressions and formulations highlighted in these documents, such as refinement of taste, encouragement of moral improvement, ennobling the mind and heart of the young, comfort and strengthening in the misfortunes and adversities of life, noble recreation from professional duties, and others, clearly illustrate the aesthetic, psychological, and ethical idealism of the people who conceived these texts and engaged in their concrete realization. Traces of Platonism and Aristotelism, the idea, and Kantian thought, as well as romantic Gefühls aesthetic and Catholic moralistic doctrines, could be easily found as their spiritual roots. On the other hand, when at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, the increased capillarity of the musical institutionalization movement reached its widest distribution in, for example, the form of town and village singing societies and brass ensembles of volunteer fire departments, the highest aspirations from the aforementioned beginnings usually boiled down to pragmatically oriented, more mundane goals. It is obvious that in this type of musical institution, such as this Tamburica Society's statutes, several aspects played a crucial role. A nationally colored agenda that introduced political ideology into culture, a conscious intention to merge art and entertainment, and patriotic aspirations in general education through music teaching. Regarding all the results of field research hitherto presented, it is necessary to point out that these factual findings should, in the next research step, be conceptually elaborated, attempting to establish generalities as a kind of a meta-structure with its own patterns and models that function beyond individual cases. And now, again, a case study. An overview of the 19th century musical institutions in Odsjek. A systematic research into the emergence of musical institutions in Croatia, Slavonia has, quite expectedly, shown that major towns were the places where most of these institutions were initiated and launched. In order not to favor the capital city of Zagreb, which is a very complicated case in itself, as you can imagine, I have chosen the 3rd largest city, Odsjek, the capital of the Kingdom of Slavonia, as a showcase for our project achievements. Odsjek, in German Odsjek, in Hungarian Eszek, I don't know, my Hungarian colleague might have some complaints of my pronunciation, but I did my best. So, Odsjek Eszek is located on the Drava River, about 20 kilometers from its confluence with the Danube. You can see it on the geographical map to the left. It was first settled by the Illyrian Celts, then by the Romans as Bursa, from 1526 by the Ottomans, and was reconquered by Christian armies in 1687. Odsjek was then rebuilt in three parts: Festung, Prja, Fortress, Gornji Upper Town, and Donji Downtown. Some of this you can see on the right. And they were united into one settlement in 1786, and in 1809 it was proclaimed a free royal city. Since the mid-18th century, Odsjek has been the permanent military, religious, and administrative center of Slavonia and Virovitica County. In population, its population was approximately 8,500 in 1810, growing to some 40,000 in 1910. In the second half of the 19th and early 20th centuries, Odsjek became one of the three most economically, industrially, and culturally developed centers of civil Croatia. Some tourist propaganda for old Odsjek. The strengthening of the entrepreneurial middle class in Odsjek was also reflected in the organization of various societies and social clubs in a wide range of activities. Especially after the fall of neo-absolutism from 1860s onwards, societies with humanitarian goals were founding, along with professional societies, literary and sports clubs. In this lively social atmosphere, the organization of musical societies was no exception. Previous field and bibliographical research has proved data on 39 musical societies founded in Odsjek between 1825 and 1907. Among them were 16 singing societies, 14 instrumental ensembles, 5 music schools, 3 theaters, and 1 musikverein. The reasons for this exceptional diversity and abundance of musical institutions point to two main factors: the national and religious diversity of the Odsjek population and the territorial fragmentation into 3 large parts of the city, so Festung, Gornji, and Donji Grad. As for the issue of nationality, which is reflected in the choice of mother tongue in the population census in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it shows the presence of the German-speaking area as dominant until 1910, and you can see the percentage on the screen showing that German-speaking and Serbian-speaking people have been dropping and the Croatian and Hungarian-speaking climbing in the period between 1880 and 1910. This can explain the local proliferation of singing societies by nationality or ethnicity. There were 3 German societies, 2 Serbian, and 11 Croatian societies. The music schools were entirely in German hands, while the instrumental tamburica ensembles were exclusively Croatian. There were also 3 theaters, 2 German and 1 Croatian. As for the physical disunity of the 3 parts of the town and the poor condition of the internal roads, which was connecting these 3 parts, it was recorded in the press that some musical performances in Festung were not attended, especially by ladies in festive clothes, due to the unsurmountable amount of mud in the streets. Odsjek did not have prominent 19th century musical figures of national significance, such as Lisinski and Zajc, who were active in Zagreb Musikverein. However, 2 musicians should be highlighted. I mentioned them already, so Johann Nepomuk Hummel and Julius Schulz. Both were excellent organizers and conductors, Hummel in the vocal field and Schulz in the opera field, and each of them was active in Odsjek for decades. The vibrant Odsjek music scene of the second half of the 19th century is quite well reflected in the local press. Its reception and evaluation in the news media was numerous but inconsistent in approach and quality. 12 daily and bi-weekly publications were published. You can see their names on the screen. For this occasion, I took one of them, Odsjeka Lokalblad und Landbote, for one specific year, 1867, in order not only to emphasize the highlights, but to present an average annual snapshot of time in Odsjek's musical life. In 1867, the Odsjeka Lokalblad und Landbote newspaper and its 104 issues, published regularly, published all in all 114 texts dealing with music in 78 issues, so 3/4 of the publication of a year. On the screen, you can see their classification according to form and content. So theater, balls, dances and entertainment, advertisements, announcements, and so on, singing performances, instrumental performances, musical news from abroad, miscellanea, general documents. They published even statues of one of the singing societies, individual compositions, and so on and so on. Since the great majority of texts about theater dealt with operetta performances, balls, dances, and entertainment in combination with news from abroad, that was in total 52 texts, making up almost half of all articles, it is obvious that both journalists and critics, but also the reading public, preferred music as a medium of entertainment. They gave it priority over texts about individual compositions and their performances, thus showing less interest in the musical substance as such. Next to them were inscriptions, the advertisements, 17 in total, expressing the needs and increased interest in the commercial and vital social affinities of the middle class. Summarizing this brief overview of Odsjek's musical institutions, it can be stated that they typically represent the diversity of Croatian ethnic, religious, social, and cultural background. That the advancing middle class, together with aristocratic elements at the beginning of the observed period and with elements of the peasantry and working class at its end, significantly contributed to the modernization and democratization of society as a whole, and musical culture in particular. This is especially valid for the areas of musical education, access to public performances, the formation of new audiences, and the presentation of a combination of artistic and popular music, but with an emphasis on the entertainment aspect. On the other hand, another somewhat surprising phenomenon can be observed in this topic, namely, it can be argued that throughout the 19th century, the microcosmic world of the establishment and expansion of musical institutions did not suffer significantly from disturbances such as limited military conflicts or severe economic crisis in the macrocosmic world of Europe. It actually functioned as a kind of a cultural autonomous nervous system, which, however, was interrupted only with the beginning of the First World War, when most of these institutions ceased to function or even exist. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Since we didn't expect any discussion after the keynote lectures, you can discuss it later or at the end of the whole symposium. I'm handing over the chair to my colleague Lucia Kompitz.
Hello, everyone, and I'm opening our next session, Institutions 1, which I'm very glad that most of our speakers will have some women issues elaborate. And I'm now invite our colleague Andrea Lindmer Brandl from Salzburg, Vienna, to present her theme, the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, the Österreichischen Kaiserstadt, between the semi-private and a controlled public institution, women appearing and disappearing. All is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll talk, as it says here, about the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde and about the women. The role of the women, it's more concentrated than in the abstract because of the short time. The Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, a society of music lovers of the Austrian Empire, was established at the outset of the 19th century and continues to exist as the Wiener Musikverein until the present day. The organization's well-conceived structure and the patronage of the imperial court and the aristocracy enabled it to survive longer than any other Viennese bourgeois musical institution of its time. Founded in 1812, the society offered three classes of membership: financial supporters, performing members, and honorary members, among them Beethoven, Hummel, and Cherubini. Performing members were accepted regardless of their social standing, but they were required to demonstrate a certain level of proficiency on the instrument or in singing. Yet they had to be dilettantes, which meant amateurs, rather than professional musicians. The founding fathers' concept was that dilettantes who practiced music in private should transcend the limitation of the bourgeois salon and create a semi-public setting for the performance of challenging works for larger ensembles, such as choir or orchestra. To dive into my special topic, the fate of women within the society, I start with the beginning of a letter written by the president of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, Count Anton Apony. Yes. The letter is addressed to the powerful president of the censorship office, Josef Sedlitsky. You can read along the original words on the screen. So it starts. Your Excellency is aware that the Society of Music Lovers of the Austrian Imperial Empire, of which I have been the honor of being president, is in the habit of giving you 4 so-called society concerts during the winter months, which are to be regarded partly as exercises and partly only as a communal pleasures, and to which no one is admitted except the actual members. Although these social circles are strictly closed, and there is neither a public notice stating the content nor a public announcement, even though no member who allows himself to be heard is publicly named, the weekly papers published here have nevertheless taken the liberty of talking about these private concerts, judging their details, and even mentioning the names of individual dilettantes. End of quote. In this letter from January 25, 1817, the president does not always say the truth. It is right that the Music Society organized 4 concerts a year called Gesellschaftskonzerte, which were originally performed at the smaller Redutensaal. There were 2 such dancing halls in Vienna. The Gesellschaftskonzerte were one of 3 concert series that the society operated. The 2 others were public benefit concerts, so-called Musikfeste, where once a year large-scale oratorios were performed. And the other series were weekly musical evening entertainments, musikalische Abendunterhaltungen, on a small semi-private scale, with chamber music as the main part of the program. It is also right that the Gesellschaftskonzerte were originally closed to the members of the society. In the founding statutes, it is expressly stated that these series of concerts have as their purpose the self-conduct and self-enjoyment, this was a quote. They are accessible only for the members of the society and are, quote, regarded as exercises of the friends of art, end of quote. Performing members got their tickets at the rehearsals. All other members had to collect them in person from the society's office upon
presentation of their letter of admission. There was no box office. What is not true, I quote from the letter, is that there is neither a public notice stating the content nor a public announcement. From the very beginning of the series, the events were announced in the Viennese newspapers, albeit specifically addressed to members of the society. This already ensured a certain degree of publicity for the event, although personal contacts between the concert visitors and the internal allocation of tickets meant that the audience was highly regulated. Not only the members of the society, but also other Viennese music lovers became aware of the concerts through these advertisements. Already in the first season, the Gesellschaftskonzerte moved into the große Redutensaal, the large hall. With the enlargement of the room and the increase in the audience, the Redutensaal had a capacity of around 2,000 people. The originally intended privacy of the event was lost. At the beginning of the second concert season, newspapers' advertisements were used to recruit additional members. And in the fifth season, 1820, also strangers were addressed as listeners, provided they registered by name at the society's office. The gradual opening of the concert series also led to an increase in newspaper reviews, most of which were very favorable. More on this later. From the very beginning, musical ladies were very welcome as performing members. They could be active in all three concert series, as a singer in the large choirs of the orators, in the smaller vocal ensembles, and in case of a particularly beautiful voice, as a vocal soloist. Piano-playing ladies could accompany in chamber music, and a few particularly talented ones performed as piano soloists. In the society, women were treated with reverence and special consideration. At the evening entertainments, for example, which formed an elite group within the larger society and demanded additional membership fees, the rules were as follows. Women who are able to participate on instruments or in singing are not invited as actual members, but as very honored guests and ornaments of the society, without the imposition of contributions, and, if necessary, are requested to participate in a pleasing manner. End of quote. For performances in large concert halls and also for rehearsals, women were not only given one admission ticket, like the male members, but also a second one to ensure that they were accompanied by a family member. The downside of this special treatment was that women only had passive voting rights. This meant that they were allowed to take part in elections for the society's governing body, but could not be elected themselves. Solo performing ladies who had previously only produced themselves in the protected space of the salon were now exposed to the anonymous public and placed in the limelight. In spite of the supposed shielding of the Gesellschaftskonzerte, journalists from the Viennese press managed to gain access to these events. As early as the first season, concert reports appeared discussing the program and praising the interpretation in general. Occasionally, names were mentioned, such as Miss Sophie von Bertheimstein, who sang an aria by Rossini with great artistry and true expression, or Miss Zimmermann, who played a piece for piano and orchestra with great skill. However, not all the reviews were so positive. A review in the Modern Zeitung, for example, complained about the exclusivity of the association. Art belongs to the whole and must be national affair in its highest perfection, it says. It also criticized the musical quality of individual items on the program. The public reviews in the Viennese journals unsettled the members of the Gesellschaft für Musikfreunde and gave rise to fear that individual soloists would be pillared by name in future newspaper reports. This idea was a horror for the female members in particular, especially for the young women who were still on the marriage market. And this was why the management of the society reacted with this letter quoted at the beginning of my talk. In the second half of this letter, the president is even calling for censorship. Since the society counts among its members many from the best families in the city, and since it is not pleasant for them, especially the women, to be named publicly, since many mothers would refuse or no longer allow their daughters to join for fear of public criticism, it will not escape Your Excellency's notice that such public judgment would certainly be detrimental to the society and will not fail to recognize that the desire of journalists to gather any material for their papers should not be a sufficient reason to jeopardize the intention of a society that seeks to benefit art, not ephemerally, but permanently. I therefore take the liberty of asking Your Excellency, on behalf of the society, that it may please you to instruct the censors that private productions of a closed dilettante society are not subject to public judgment, and that therefore those concerts of the society are to be kept completely silent in the public papers. The fact that the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde actually functioned as a marriage market for young ladies can be seen from a critical review of the evening entertainment in the Dresdner Abendzeitung. Here it is reported that at this event there are many young gentlemen who go there just to ogle, and many young ladies who return the ogling. And the mothers do not only tolerate it, but are even fond of it. You see the original wording on the screen. Count Abony's concerns regarding the withdrawal of young women from the society in the face of public criticism were not unfounded, also with regard to another aspect. From the statistic data, we learn that in the following years, not only did the number of practicing members decline steadily and halved by 1847, but the number of women in particular was in sharp decline. It fell from 122 ladies at the beginning to 30 in the year of Schubert's death, 1828, and halved again over the next 20 years to just 15. This dramatic development is also reflected in the ratio of female to male members. In the early years, there were still 4 men for every woman, but from 1828 onwards, this ratio was significantly reduced so that shortly before the March Revolution of 1848, there were 14 male for 1 female musician. Around the middle of the 19th century, the society not only had to contend with the loss of members, but also with great financial difficulties. At the beginning of the 1830s, critical discussions in the newspapers increased, with the result that some members threatened to no longer actively participate in the society's concert. A further letter from the management to the censorship office in 1834, with similar content to the first, was intended to remedy the situation, but had no resounding effect. At the same time, the society concerts seemed to be losing their appeal both for the performing members and for the audience. While the management complained that there was a lack of suitable vocal soloists, the demands on the musical level of the audience increased. With the construction of its own building, including a concert hall, the ousting of dilettantes from the concert stage, and the establishment of the Philharmonic concerts in 1846, strong competition arose, leading the society to the brink of the abyss in the revolutionary years. The rescue was an imperial act of mercy, which guaranteed annual support of 3,000 guilders for 3 years. This financial support enabled the Musikverein to survive these difficult times. The music festivals, Musikfeste, took place with a long interruption until 1847. The evening entertainments ended as early as 1840. A resumption in 1856 was not continued. The Gesellschaftskonzerte survived the turmoil of the society and gained increasing publicity, evolving into a pure subscription concert series. They began to rely on trained conductors and to professionalize the musicians who were trained at the music conservatory, which was established by the society already in its early years. The music lovers, including the women who had previously organized the society concerts, gradually changed sides, mutating from active musicians to passive audience members. These and other structural changes helped the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde to see the end of the 19th century and to remain essential Viennese concert institutions to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation, which opens many different questions. I open the discussion.
Well, thank you. Well, this might be a mean question, but hopefully not. If you can go back to the table of years and decreasing numbers.
Yes.
I wonder if you think that there might be a link in the 1820s or 1828 to the musikalische Übungen, because I think the Sonnleitner's musikalische Übungen, I think, stopped in 1824. And I wondered whether like this huge gap could be related to that. And
what musikalische Übungen by whom?
It is Ignaz Sonnleitner's.
By Sonnleitner's house.
Yeah, because I was thinking that the musikalische Übungen were like especially supportive of women. So I wonder if there's like a link.
That's an interesting idea. I mean, we don't know if this could be a reason, but anyway, we'll go into that. Thank you very much. I didn't think about that it could be related. I mean, this is a much larger society, for sure, that Sonnleitner had a much smaller, and Sonnleitner's salon was a kind of parallel to the musikalischen Abendunterhaltungen.
Yes, exactly. I was wondering about
this goes more together. And the strange thing is that the musikalische Abendunterhaltungen were kind of individual, so small, as I say, eine Gesellschaft, which was organized a little bit differently. And there's not so much documents on that. So I'm not sure how it actually worked, this musikalische Abendunterhaltungen, if you have to be a member of the Großgesellschaft at the same time or not. So I would more see a connection between these two, the Abendunterhaltungen, the small Verein, and the Sonnleitner, and not so much to the huge Verein. But anyway, it's interesting to go into that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jan?
Sorry.
I have the question, but we can do it at the coffee break. I will find you. And I invite now our Professor Vera Katalinic from Zagreb, who will present us a team from 2 private initiatives to 2 cultural institutions in the town of Krk and their intervening.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was complaining about the time, but it's such a haste that, well, c'est la vie. During the second half of the 19th century, Krk, or Veglia in Italian, both the island and the town, began to attract tourists' attention, being developed within the Austrian Riviera, with Opatia or Abbazia as the main tourist destination. Therefore, its landscape, history, and cultural landmarks became subjects of research and publication by domestic and foreign intellectuals. One of them was Gian Battista Kubic, originally from Istria, a member of various natural science societies, active as a physician in Krk. In 1874, he published his work Notizie naturali e storiche sull'isola di Veglia. After documenting its history and nature, he described the towns, villages, and other landmarks of the island. In the town of Krk, he presented its walls, the 12th century castle of the Frankopan family, and other historical buildings, churches, and monasteries. Furthermore, he writes, quotes, "The town buildings are mostly old and poor and stand by mere habit, but there are some good modern buildings, including the Bishop's Palace, which stands almost on the sea. All civil and ecclesiastical authorities reside in the town. It has an extensive and elegant library of 8,000 selected volumes, a complete collection of music and musical instruments, an incredible civic monument of the priest Niccolo Udina degli Algherotti, former professor of Italian philology in Salzburg and director of the French Church in Vienna, who died on July 6, 1838, end quotes. Kubic had a good reason for highlighting this library, as it was a unique example of a private collection of this size and complexity, but also because his own contributions to establishing the library were unavoidable. Let me say just a few words about this Algarotti library. The entire collection of some 7,000 books, some 3,000 volumes of music material and musical instruments for a small orchestra was gathered by priest Nicola Udina, born in Krk and died in Vienna, known from 1818 as Niccolo Algarotti, or Nicolas Algarotti. He collected it through purchase, transcription, or receiving as gifts. A supplement to Dr. Kubic's biography of Algarotti in his Notizie, he indicates that being ordained as priest in 1818 in Split, he moved to Vienna to study theology and then stayed in Krk and Ljubljana until 1824, when he received a professorship on Italian language and literature at the Lyceum in Salzburg. He spent his last year in Vienna serving as the rector of the French Church of Santa Anna. Throughout his life, he collected books and sheet music, spending all his property on his pursuit. He wrote his first will in 1826 already in Salzburg and supplemented it in 1833, where he determined that after his death, all these collected rare books and music material, as well as the collection of musical instruments, would go to his native town of Krk. After completing all administrative procedures in 1840, money was collected by private initiative for the transportation of this enormous material to Krk. The transport was financed by the Bishop of Krk, the cathedral, and the town of Krk, and then placed in an appropriate location. For this, a house called Pontico was chosen. This is today's picture. It's a shop now. Was chosen and completely renovated with money provided by 26 citizens of Krk. The founding and grand opening of the library was organized on 2nd January 1842 and led by Dr. Kubic. He published in Trieste a speech by Dr. Gian Battista Kubic for the inauguration of the Algarotti Library in Krk, and this rare and significant event was echoed in Italian journals. In his poetic and to some extent philosophical speech, Dr. Kubic praised intellectuals and artisans of various kinds who have indebted humanity. He highlighted those with a spark of genius who cared for things of greater importance, those who sought wisdom in books but simultaneously worked for the glory of their town. Grateful for the financial and moral support of the benefactors of the Biblioteca Algarotti, Kubic praised them in his speech, but also listed their names at the very end of the booklet. Here is this elenco alfabetico. The library operated as a public institution under the name Circolo Letterario Niccolo Udina Algarotti, and it mainly gathered residents of Krk, with Italian national sentiment, but among the members of the reading room were also some learned and prominent Croatians. These were mainly church dignitaries, teachers at local schools, state officials, and educated residents of the town. In the library, members could borrow books, sheet music, and musical instruments. This is evidenced by the landing booklet, which recorded the names of Krk citizens as well as the titles of the work they borrowed. The stamp, Biblioteca Algarotti in Velja, has also been preserved. Unfortunately, documentation that would testify to the formal establishment and rules of the library have not been found so far. However, that such status existed was registered in the Istrian newspapers Naša Sloga or Our Harmony from 1894. In a letter from Lošinj, a neighboring island, an embittered reporter writes, quote, "You probably know that the district authority had the old Algarotti library in Krk closed. I do not know to which extent the government's decision is justified, because for us who know Krk and its social circumstances, for us, I say, it is not known that any contrary to its statutes or against the existing law on association was being done in the Biblioteca Algarotti," end quotes. After the abolition of the Algarotti Library, the books were moved to the part of the sacristy of the Krk Cathedral, where they are kept today. The music collection, owing to Dragan Plamenac and Božidar Širola, was later delivered as a deposit in 1835 to the Croatian Music Institute in Zagreb, where it is still the subject of interest and study. Selected individuals deserve our attention due to their special relationship with the Algarotti music collection. The first two persons on Kubic's list of meritorious individuals belong to the Adelman family, all of them tightly connected to music. Antonio Adelman, he is the second here, was a representative in the local administration at the point of the opening of the library, and it is possible that he was the one responsible for the town donation of 1,500 florins for the realization of Algarotti Library. Later, he was the mayor of Krk from 1850 to 62, when he had the library building renovated. Antonio was also an amateur musician, and his son Giovanni, with picture, was educated at the Milan Conservatory and later developed a violin career, and at the end of the 19th century emigrated in London, where he died. Perhaps the most important among them for the town of Krk, Antonio's father, Giacomo Adelman, the first one, also named on the list, was the first to develop a rich, although amateur musical activity. Coming at the turn of the 18th to the 19th century as a young man with the family of Colonel Petar Adelman from Brescia, he was employed as a provincial inspector of royal forests. His preserved musical legacy in the Franciscan monastery of the small island of Košljun, neighboring to Krk, with numerous chamber and orchestral compositions bearing his signature, about 160, indicates that he was well educated in music and played himself violin and flute. Based on the data on the sheet music, Professor Ladislav Šaban concluded that he was one of the founders of the Krk Music Society, because he owned not only chamber compositions in manuscripts and prints, but also handwritten orchestral music material. In addition, a series of handwritten compositions with the signature Società Filarmonica di Velja has been preserved in that Franciscan collection, very similar in authors and arrangements to Adelman's orchestral compositions. With this fact, Giacomo Adelman connects these two public institutions. And now let me tell something about this Società Filarmonica di Velja. Similar to the Algarotti Library, the only official testimony of its existence dates from 1915, it is from the moment when it was abolished. The Osservatore Triestino on 2nd December 1915, in its official section, published a brief note. The Royal Lieutenancy announced the dissolution of the following societies: Philharmonic Society in Kamfanar, Nautical Club Pietas Julia in Pula, and Philharmonic Dramatic Society based in Krk. End quote. However, the most convincing testimony of its activity is found on the music material in two important collections. One is the already mentioned Franciscan monastery on Košljom, and there, as mentioned, we find both Adelman's sheet music and those marked with Società Filarmonica di Vella for a very similar instrumental ensemble, 2 violins, 1 or 2 violas, bass, 2 flutes or 2 oboes, sometimes 1 or 2 clarinets and 2 horns. Mainly parts, performance material, have been preserved, including the concertmaster's conducting part, a type of Strauss conducting manner. Sometimes, on older materials and older repertoire, like Sarti or Cimarosa, the name of the society is also recorded as Compagnia Filarmonica di Vella. In addition, a series of compositions, even those preserved in the orchestral ensemble, exist in the Franciscan monastery, also in arrangements, but for brass ensembles. An even larger number of scores from the Kirk Philharmonic Society can be found in Udina Algarotti Musical Legacy. About 40 compositions by authors from the first half of the 19th century have been preserved in 2 basic ensembles, with materials for mixed orchestral ensemble and only 3 for brass band. These are primarily arrangements of musical theatrical works by Bellini, Pacini, and Rossini, all very similar to those in the Franciscan monastery, from the Adelman legacy, numerous dances and shorter orchestral pieces. And according to the preserved documentation of Kirk Diocese in 1855, the School of Music and Singing in Kirk, or Scuola per Musica e Canto, was established within the main school, or caposcuola, where the teacher was the cathedral organist Francesco or Franz Leschetizky. At the same time, he conducted the orchestra, so it said in the documentation. Finally, Leschetizky's successor at the cathedral organ, August Niederkorn, was, according to the documents, also leading the orchestra. And let me come to some conclusions. In attempting to shed light on the activities of 2 Kirk institutions, the Società Filarmonica di Vella and the Biblioteca Algarotti, what was the aim of this paper, bits of information were collected that create only a mosaic, an incomplete picture. As reasons for insufficient documentation, we cite destruction or carelessness in maintaining and preserving documentation in archival institutions, as well as disorganization and inadequate storage in church institutions. However, some conclusions can be established. Both the Philharmonic Society and the Algarotti Library were founded in Kirk and had their rules, which have not yet been found. The Algarotti Library also had its stamp, which for Kirk sheet music from the Music Society has not been established, but was only defined by a note on the handwritten sources that most often read Dono alla Biblioteca Algarotti di Società Filarmonica di Vella. We also know the composition of the ensemble that was variable depending on available musicians, and mainly consisted of first and second violins, violas, and some bass instruments, and wind instruments a duet, flutes, oboes, bassoons, horns, according to abilities of the musicians. It is possible that precisely from this ensemble, the wind corps occasionally separated for a brass ensemble. Consequently, there was a sitting ensemble as well as a marching one. It is possible that in certain phases of activity, some of them prevailed, changing their name and structure. Secondly, the individuals who acted as initiators and founders were connected and often participated in both institutions, which is not unusual given the relatively small environment of the town of Kirk with a limited number of educated persons. The intellectual and class profile is clearly visible from Dr. Kubitz's inaugural speech at the opening of the Algarotti Library. The most numerous individuals are from higher church circles, representatives of the lower nobility, such as the father and son Adelman, who held positions in state service, as well as secular professors and teachers representing the educated bourgeoisie. And thirdly, the Algarotti Library lasted without interruption for 52 years, thus, let's say, 2 generations. The Music Society lasted more than 80 years, but its ups and downs, possible interruptions in activity, and even changes in participating musicians are not documented. Again, we can notice the change of the repertoire based on preserved sheet music. Musical pieces of the first half of the 19th century probably became less interesting in the later period, or there were no musicians to perform it anymore. Brief existence of the music school, some 11 or 12 years, certainly stimulated interest in participation in public music making, but the long-term effects are not known to us. Finally, even with such results, it is possible to show how private initiatives led to the creation of institutions for the common good, transforming private patronage into institutional and collective patronage. I believe that for many other smaller towns in that period, it is possible to construct a similar mosaic. Thank you very much.
Just a second, Vera. Maybe there are comments or questions. Thank you very much for your paper. Comments, questions? I have one. Are there any traces of musical activities within library? The first Algarotis library.
Yes, this is the booklet which contains the documentation of who borrowed what. But at the moment, I couldn't bring the photo of it because at the diocese in Kirk is a mess because they are renovating. And since, let's say, September 24, it was not possible to enter it. And they even themselves don't know where they put what. So it's inaccessible. I'm sorry. But it was in our book, which I made with the guardian of the Algarotti Library in Kirk. He wrote about it, but only a short notice. And when I wanted to inspect it, it was not available anymore. Thank you. Yes, please, Harry.
Thank you very much, Vera. That was terrific paper. I just noticed sort of a trend emerging in these wonderful papers this morning, and yours encouraged me to ask a question about that, which is the tendency of an extraordinary period of musical proliferation to be followed by a sudden collapse. And that, the report from the Trieste Osservatore saying the following institutions have been closed in 1915. I'm just wondering, given a more general tendency for things to fall away during the war, is this true of public musical institutions in Croatia?
Yes, this is quite logical. It was not a surprise that they closed in 1915.
Yeah.
But it is really a surprise that there is not a single document on its establishment. Because the material is here. We know that it existed. I have searched through Trieste archives. I have inspected also in Vienna, the state archives. But the problem is that the documentation on Dalmatia and the littoral were partly burnt down in Vienna. So what I got was a piece of paper with black traces of burn still. I was probably the first to check.
Right. No, it's just generally, I mean, obviously you can see why the war put an end to many things, but it looks as if most of those institutions and many music schools didn't survive at all or didn't restart after the First World War. Is that a general tendency?
Well, it is so different from town to town. For example, the music school in Croatia was the real municipality music school was founded in Karlovac in 1804. Mm. And it was founded for performance of brass music because they wanted to make a brass band, obviously. So, but it lasted, and the notes of the teacher there say, well, the children are not regularly at school because their parents need them for field work. So in smaller places which are close to the rural milieu, it's quite normal. And you never know how long will one generation last. It seems here as well, as the 3 generations of Adelman family supported it, and then when they moved or died, it was out.
Like a family business.
Thank you very much, Vera. We should continue. Well, let's proceed with next paper, Francisco Jimenez Rodriguez, who will present Singing and Playing, Women, Music and Poetry in the Late 19th Century Granada Salons. The floor is yours.
Well, although not from the late, but from the early long 19th century, this magnificent work was drawn by Francisco de Goya, titled The Concert, perfectly illustrates the focus of my paper. It is women making music in Spanish salon, or better, women making music and culture possible in salons, societies, theaters, and other unexpected venues in the 19th century. Perhaps the title of my paper should begin with singing, playing, and dancing, because dancing was one of the preferred activities in Bourgeois salon in all Europe. Here you can see a French engraving with the suggestive title or Mom, Let's Dance. It was published in a cultural Spanish magazine in 1884. There is all a narration about it, but I am going only to say some of the, yes, it is 2 young women, the permission of the mother to improvise dancing, and then young men that want to link arms with the decorum that good manners demand with the figure of the pretty young ladies, and then general revolution. Salons were social showcases, business, political conversation, exhibitions of well-mannered young ladies, appearance of social distinction and high position, place full of hochgetorte. It is a term with a raw translation that can be upper-class daughter. And Rebecca Gottlieb has pointed out that it has an undertone of mockery and identities, young girl from a good home with a shelter and bringing, and who has learned to draw, speak some foreign language, know something of art history, and some training in piano playing. Then, Bourgeois is not defined here by social, economic, and political demarcations, but for its own middle-class culture, values, behaviors, formal communication that binds the heterogeneous group. Middle-class women and girls played much more significant part in constituting the bourgeois middle class that historians have failed to acknowledge. Playing the piano was included, along with sewing and embroidering, in good manners to be identified as social middle class. All these bourgeois streams are perfectly reflected in the late 19th century Spanish literature. Fortunata y Jacinta is a realistic novel written by Benito Pérez Galdós in 1887. It tells the story of a low-class girl, Fortunata, and she says, I don't know how to do any delicate work. I can embroider or play the piano. There is another character, a little girl called Adoración, and she said, she's getting to be a girl, and she has to learn her manners, a little French, a little of piano. But the true doctor in this novel is Olympia. Is the second daughter of a mobile family who went to the conservatory for 7 years, and afterwards she studied at home with a renowned teacher. there is all a description in the novel of this horrible piano playing continually day and night, the same sonata, and with all the tempos of the sonata, and it was nearly unsupportable. It is a marvelous of the exclamation of admiration. What hands that girl has! What artistic talent! What expression! You know. And Fortunata is the other main character in this novel. Magnificent novel, the top novel in the 19th Spanish century. Well, she said that she couldn't understand a word of this steampunk serenade, and it was called a sublime art, and then it sounded like noise from a boilermaker's shop, you know. And then she said that any old musical tune being cranked out on a street piano, please move her more than this sonata. Yeah. This scene is the Fortunata reaction, and it's a criticism of the bourgeoisie and the use of piano as an element of social advancement, made by an amateur musician as well as writer. Benito Pérez Galdós played the piano. He loves very much music, but not the use of music in the Spanish late 19th century society. From a microhistorical approach, researching a few subjects playing the piano did more than serve a social function. This would be only a structuralist perspective. And this kind of reasoning is in danger of reproducing the potentially misogynistic prejudice that all the musical activity of the Hoher doctor was nothing more than a duty imposed on them by social norm, and hence that it could only be of inferior musical quality. In fact, from the early 19th century, there was some uncomfortable feminism of for sale men in salons. They were hosted by rich women, where music was usually performed here by women, and were increasingly looked upon as women, spreading this connotation to music played there, particularly the nocturne. This uneasy and hidden misogyny gave rise around the middle of the century to cast the high prestige notion of salon music into disrepute, used today as a term of abuse or trivially preachy. And the petit embourgeoisement of the salon in the second half of the century seems to make the rest. Caldwell called it pseudo-salon music, and it was a social snobbery point there. Was there no woman thinking in the Bourgeois salon? As singer, pianist, hostess of audience, salon women hardly participate in public events. They don't appear in the press. They don't leave an administrative race. They are almost invisible. By way of discussion, and not conclusion, I would like to briefly cite 4 case studies of women as audience members, pianists, and singers in Granada. Women as audience are imagined only as ornate, beautiful dress, watching, talking, flirting with young men under the watchfulness of the older. But the Spanish press frequently show women taking the initiative to assist to a concert and winning men over.